Um, This is a regular meeting of the Princeton Zoning Board of Adjustment being held electronically via Zoom on January 26, 2022 at 7:30 PM. Pursuant to Section 13 of the Open Publics Meeting Act, adequate notice of the time and place of this meeting has been given by prominently posting the sunshine notice of the Princeton Zoning Board of Adjustment. Oops, I gotta just move my case. Hang on. Okay. By prominently posting the sunshine notice of the Princeton Zoning Board of Adjustment. Such notice has been placed on the official bulletin board at the municipal complex, and by transmitting a copy of the notice to the Princeton Packet, Town Topics, the Times, Trentonian, and by filing a copy with the clerk of Princeton on January 21st, 2022, and has been posted to the municipal website, www.princetonnj.gov/meetings. Pursuant to Executive Order 107, due to the state of emergency in New Jersey regarding COVID-19 coronavirus, notice that during the declared state of emergency, all regular and special meetings of the Princeton Zoning Board of Adjustment will be held electronically via Zoom, was transmitted to the Princeton Packet, Town Topics, and the Times, and was filed with the clerk of Princeton on the 24th day of April 2020. Such notices have been placed on the official bulletin board at the municipal complex and on the Princeton website, and are to be maintained throughout the year. And by transmitting a copy of same to the Princeton Packet, Town Topics, the Times, Trentonian, Comcast Media, and by filing a copy hereof with the clerk of Princeton, notices have also been placed on all windowed doors of the municipal complex. Okay. Claudia, can you call the roll, please?
Yes, sir. Ms. Coulson?
Here.
Ms. Chen?
Here.
Mr. Davich?
Here.
Mr. Floyd?
Present.
Driver?
Yes.
Mr. Tenenbaum?
Yep.
Chairman Cohen?
Here.
Thank you.
Okay. We have 4 applications this evening. No resolutions. We'll start with our first application, 10 Morgan Place, block 6802, lot 26 in the R5 zone. Karen, is all the paperwork in order?
It is. The noticing is in order and the board has jurisdiction tonight.
Okay, thank you. Derek, would you mind summarizing your memo?
Yes, sir.
Derek, before you begin, I think we'll just swear you in and Jim Purcell, because I know he's here tonight as well, in case he testifies, if you would both. Raise
Okay.
your hand. Do you swear from your testimony this evening will be truthful?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Good evening. The applicants are Christopher and Beth Ann Burkmore. They are owners of 10 Morgan Place. It's located in the R5 zone in the former Princeton Township. And they are seeking C1 and C2 variances to permit the construction of 2 gable end dormers on the second floor, an exception to the required side yard setback. The subject property is non-complying with regard to the required 21,780 square foot lot requirement. The existing is 14,406. And the subject property itself is not complying with the north elevation side setback. The requirement's 15 feet. The existing is 5.1 feet. The applicants are proposing to renovate the subject property and construct a new front vestibule addition. The existing front porch will be converted to a mudroom. A new 1-story rear addition is proposed between the main house and the existing garage. The garage will be converted to living area, and 2 conforming parking spaces will be constructed to the right of the existing garage. All of this work is permitted as of right. They are proposing 4 gable end dormers on the second floor. The 2 dormers on the left side are located within the required 15-foot side yard setback and require variance relief. The proposed setback is 10.93 and the requirement is 15, and they are seeking consideration under the C1 and C2 criteria. That's a summary of the application. If you have any questions, I'd be glad to address them. Thank you.
Board members, any? Okay, I'm sorry, Karen.
No, I was just going to say, I see in attendees that the court reporter is back in attendees. So I don't know if somebody can transfer her over. Try one more time. There she is. Okay. Dorothea, can you hear us?
What I'm supposed to stay as an attendee?
No, we've elevated you now to a participant. Can you hear us?
I can hear you, yes. Can you hear me?
We can.
You can, all right. I don't know exactly what I'm doing, to be very honest with you. I mean, I want to speak about 92 Gullick, so I don't know what I'm supposed to be.
Oh, I'm so sorry. We
So I'm not real sure. I've never done this before, so I'm not real
Yeah.
sure exactly what I'm supposed to be doing, so.
that's okay. You know what we're gonna do? We're going to, I guess we mistook you for our court reporter, Dorothea, so.
Oh, okay, so I am not the court reporter.
That's fine. So what we're gonna do is, Claudia, can you mute Dorothea for now until the next step, until Google.
Okay, that's fine.
The next one.
Okay.
Okay. All right, well then we will continue. I don't know where the court reporter is. She was supposed to be here, so let's continue then.
Okay. Mr. and Mrs. Burkmar, are you here? And will you be presenting the application or do you have someone doing it?
Yes, we will. Our architect is an attendee though, so we can add her if there are questions that are appropriate for her.
Okay, so please start.
What is
Oh, I
the
guess
name of
you
your
have to be sworn in.
architect?
Louisa Clayton.
What's the name of your architect?
Louisa Clayton.
Louisa Clayton. Oh, there's Louisa. Okay. Do you want to elevate her now then, or?
Sure.
Okay.
Great. So firstly, thank you so much for sharing our.
And one more piece of housekeeping. We just need to swear you both in. Do you both swear or affirm that your testimony this evening will be truthful?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, please begin.
Yeah, so firstly, thank you for hearing our variance application. We wanted to start by saying how much we love living here. We've been here for over 10 years and just have such a lovely street and neighbors, and we're close to mountain lakes and all of the needs that that our boys who are currently in community park, could need and to our community. So thank you for listening to our application tonight.
And I'll just add, as Beth Ann said, we've got two boys. They're 9-11. They're getting a bit bigger, and we've got a small home, and we really want to kind of work within the character and space that we currently have, and we have some the pre-existing challenge of our house was constructed in the 1950s, which I believe predated the current zoning regulations, and so we're within that north side setback already with the house, so that's a difficulty that we have, and doing something more substantial than the dormers would come with kind of the hardship of a great expense, were we to redo the second floor or the roof, and so we're asking for consideration based on those grounds, and we also would just add that we think adding dormers would really add to kind of the character of the home and would fit well with homes in the area. And I took a few pictures. I'm not sure how familiar folks are with where we live, but if I could just show these slides real quick.
And Mr. Burkmar, what we'll do then is consider all of these exhibit
Yes.
A1. And did you take all these photographs yourself?
Yes, we did, and we submitted them in advance, so they should be in your.
Okay.
as well.
And they're relatively current photographs?
Yep, we took them a couple days before submitting them. So
All right, thank you.
just again, to give people a sense, this is our house. As you can see, it's quite close to the north side setback on the left-hand side here. I think more importantly to us, that the house that's immediately adjacent to us, the north of our house, 96 Mountain Avenue, you can see has dormers, so it's fairly consistent there. Looking across Mountain Avenue, again, looking north, you can see dormers on those two homes. And then finally, we've got a lovely new neighbor, and it's my understanding that he's adding dormers to his house directly to the west of our home. So that's all we had. This is our first variance application, so not sure how much more we should say, but those are kind of the grounds for our request.
Okay, thank you. Board members, do you have any question of the applicant? Okay. I think it's a pretty straightforward application. I guess, Ms. Clayton, do you want to add anything? You're muted. There you go.
Yeah,
Ms.
thank
Clayton?
Maybe you should be sworn.
Yes, we'll swear you in. Do you swear affirm your testimony this evening will be truthful?
I do.
And we know you are a licensed architect in the state of New Jersey, correct?
Correct. And I've appeared before this board before.
Okay. very
We'll
good.
accept you as an expert witness, certainly.
Thank you. Yeah, I'd just like to echo what Beth Ann and Chris have said. We're just trying to open up the space really for them to be a little bit more comfortable there. And as their boys grow and the family sort of, they get larger as human beings. It just will give them a little bit more wiggle room up there. And I think that it helps to maintain this house in the neighborhood, and so maintain the fabric of the neighborhood. There are a lot of the same houses, as you saw, the one across the street is the same house, only across the street, and just actually a little bit better located on its own lot, which is probably why they're not coming before you for dormers. So yeah, I think this particular house was built already quite close to the north property line, and so already, violates that side yard setback. And I think again, it's just, I think these dormers are in character with other houses in the neighborhood. So I think it will actually help to improve the streetscape and make their house even more charming than it already is. So
Okay.
also the reason the dormers are where they are is we're also trying to line them up with the windows that are already on the front facade. And so we're not, we're not moving any windows on the first floor. So we're trying to make it all kind of work with what they've got.
Okay. Thank you.
Yep.
Okay. I'll ask once again, does anybody have any questions of the applicant or the architect?
Yes, I do. Am I muted? No.
No, we can hear you, George.
Okay. My question is there a rendering of what it would look like when these are put into place?
Oh, a 3D rendering?
Some sort of
There we go.
graphic. Yeah. Well,
I think you
something.
Yeah, I think
Okay.
you got the plans in your packet probably.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. All right. I see.
There's a front elevation on the bottom right of sheet A5.
The guy from the.
Okay. Thanks.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I have to just commend you. I think you've done a nice job of, taking a modest house and adding some really good square footage and making the kitchen family room area really quite nice. And then I like the little addition of the cupola there, giving some character on top of the garage that now is the kitchen. I think, are those exposed beams? Are they gonna be like exposed beams in the
Yeah,
kitchen?
we're working on the framing right now because it's a little, I mean, honestly, this house it's a little bit undersized, everything.
Yeah,
Trying to figure out right now how to make it all really work, but
how to work. Yeah, are you gonna be able to make it all at the same level? I'm just curious about the same level in the kitchen area down to the garage, can that all be one level? You have a step down maybe?
Right now, there is a step down, so we're gonna build the floor up and use that space, yeah.
Great.
Try to get it to align as best we can.
To your point, James, we're really happy with Louisa's great ideas of how to make this space kind of grow with us and our family, and think that it has a lot of potential.
Yeah, it looks nice. And the
Thanks for your
toilet in the
comments.
dormer. The toilet in the dormer.
Anyone else have any questions? Okay, all right. Before we're going to have to go into executive session. So Mr. and Mrs. Burkmar, do you have anything you want to add before we do that?
Steve, a public comment.
Yeah, excuse me, public comment. I meant public comment. Yes, sorry. Thanks, Stephen. Oh, you're muted, Mr. Burkmar.
Oh, yeah, we don't have anything else to add.
Okay.
Just thank you.
All right, very good. Okay, so we'll go and open this up to the public. Claudia, has anyone raised their hands indicating they'd like to speak?
No hands.
Okay. Well, we'll close the public portion. Once again, Mr. and Mrs. Burkmar, we're going to now go into executive session where we talk amongst ourselves. We might ask questions, but do you want to, before we do that, do you want to add anything?
I don't think so. Just a question. When you do that, you just kick us out as an attendee and then we come back in?
No, you can just
Probably-
stay where you are.
Oh, just stay where, okay.
Okay. Board members, any comments on this application or questions, or if not, a motion?
I agree with Jim. I think it's a terrific addition.
Yeah.
I think it's very nice for them.
I'll move approval, Steve, of C1.
Okay,
I'll second it.
I'll second it. Okay.
A lot of seconds.
okay.
Who's second?
I seconded. I got there first, I guess, but not competitive.
Hit the button.
Okay, Claudia, can you please call the roll?
Ms. Coulson,
Yes.
Ms. Chen,
Yes.
Mr. Devich,
Yes.
Mr. Floyd,
Yes.
Mr. Shriver,
Yes.
Mr. Tenenbaum,
Yes.
Chairman Cohen.
Yes.
Thank you.
Right.
Good luck, and it'll be very nice when it looks very nice. Enjoy it.
Thank you.
Thank you
Thank
so
you.
much.
Thanks so much.
You're welcome. Okay, the next hearing we have is 92 Gullick Road, block 4701, lot 20 in the R5 zone. Karen, is the paperwork in order?
It is. The noticing is in order. The board has jurisdiction tonight.
Thank you. Okay, Derek, can you summarize your memo, please?
Thank you,
And
Chair.
still no court reporter, right?
And not that I'm aware of. No, I did contact the court reporting firm. I don't have an answer. So we will just continue. We're taping. It'll be fine.
Good evening. The owners of 92 Gullick Road, Norbert and Sonali Bosthier, are seeking a C1 variance to permit construction of a new home in exception to the required lot area. There's also a bulk variance requested for a side entry garage in exception to the required front or setback from the front facade of the building, and I'll get to that in a minute. The subject property is located in the R5 zone of the former Princeton Township, and the lot area is non-compliant with regard to the required 21,780 square foot lot area. The existing is 20,741 square feet. Yet applicant is proposing to demolish the existing home and construct a new two-story, approximately 4,200 square foot home, which will feature a side entry garage, full partial finished basement, front porch, rear pergola, patio, living room, dining room, kitchen, 5 bedrooms and 4.5 baths. the lot area is non-complying with respect to the required quarter acre. It's approximately 39 feet short. They should advise the board whether they have approached any adjoining properties to purchase additional land or to cure the existing deficiency. Initially, there was a setback for the side entry garage. However, the applicant has resubmitted plans that show that it does meet the required 8-foot setback from the nearest portion of the front facade. And they are seeking consideration under the C1 criteria. If you have any questions, I'd be glad to address them.
I just have one question, just so I understand. The 8 foot from the front facade, are you measuring this from the furthest point of the front facade?
It's the closest point.
The closest point to the garage?
Yeah,
So that would just be that small offset between the garage and the front wall?
there's a new set of plans that the applicant can show.
Oh, I
It
see,
was
yeah.
3 feet 9 inches, and it's now 8 feet.
Okay,
I think the
yeah,
applicant-
I don't have that in my packet, so maybe they can show it to us, sure. Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Who is going to present this for the owners? Who's going to represent them?
Hi, Mr. Chairman. This is John DePasquale from Favorite
Hello.
Drinker. Hi.
Hi.
So I'm ready
Okay.
to, okay, ready to go. So
Please
thank you
begin.
for the introduction, Mr. Bridger. It's correct. We've changed the plan, or I guess revised the plan, so we no longer need the variance for the garage setback. We'll show the plans shortly that reflect that. The only relief that we're seeking tonight is for the slightly undersized lot. It's nearly a de minimis exemption, but because it doesn't fit, we are here seeking pretty straightforward hardship variance. But for this slightly undersized lot, the plan conforms to the ordinance and to the requirements of the municipality. You'll see when we show the renderings and the site that there's a small tributary, a small brook that runs through the back of the property, Harry's Brook. We have our engineer who's evaluated the floodplain for this will testify that we're constructing this home in accordance with the NJDEP floodplain regulations. And actually overall, you'll see that our proposal for this project increases the stabilization of the site and will actually be beneficial in preventing further erosion and flooding, which we know is common back there. So I would like to start.
Well, one
by
question, excuse me, Mr. DePasquale, one question. Did you approach any of the adjacent neighbors to see if, residents, to see if you could get additional land?
So we have looked into this, and we believe that the owner behind us that we've looked at that has a large parcel has fire pit and other elements against the rear portion of their lot. So it would not be feasible to acquire those lots. And I believe, my belief is that the adjacent lots are also undersized. So I don't think that we can pull from other undersized lots for this. So,
Mr. DePasquale, do you have a planner with you tonight, or your engineer? They'll be able to testify to the information.
I
that
do.
you
So we have the owner, Norbert Tier, who is on. We have our architect, Jeff Fleischer, who's on as well. We have our engineer, Eric Rapnarian, and Jim Kyle, our planner. So I guess
Right.
now would probably be a fine time
Good
to swear
time to
everyone in.
swear all you. Gentlemen, if you would all raise your right
Yeah.
hand. Do you swear or affirm your testimony this evening will be truthful?
I do.
I do.
Okay, I don't think Mr. Fleischer, I think he's still an attendee. Oh, wait, is he here now? He just left that category. Okay, now,
He's on board
Here he
now.
comes.
there he goes. Okay. And your engineer,
Rick Marion, he's not over yet.
okay.
He's still in the attendees list. Claudia, can you bring
Can
Eric
we
over?
move him over? Or
What, can he raise his hand or what's his name again?
Eric Rupnarian, Rupnarian.
Mr. Ibnarian, if you can hear us, would you raise your hand?
He's over.
He's over?
Yep.
Yep.
Okay,
Oh,
Mr.
yeah.
Ibnarian, Mr. Fleischer, I don't know if we were able to swear you in, so we'll swear you now. Do you swear affirm your testimony this evening will be truthful?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. All right, Mr. DeCresquale, begin.
Okay, sure. So first, I would like to introduce Norbert Thier, the owner of the property, just to give a little bit of background and briefing on himself and his plans for the property.
Thank you.
All right.
Norbert, feel free to just give a brief introduction on yourself and what your plan is here.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to briefly introduce ourselves. I first came to Princeton in '94. It was an international assignment for me as an engineer with Mobil Oil way back when. And that was ultimately what brought me to this wonderful country. Meanwhile, I became a US citizen. I'm married to my wife, Sonali, and we have a wonderful son who's attending kindergarten. For the past 20 some years, we have lived in Pennsylvania. Yet every time we visited my in-laws or my brother-in-law and his family, we made a stop in Princeton, be it for coffee, be it for dinner. And we've always loved this town. We've always had a special place for Princeton. So a few years ago, we started looking for a house in Princeton. And you probably have heard this many times. That's not an easy undertaking. In the process, though, we got to know the neighborhoods. We got to know the schools. And finally, last summer, we found the right property. We think it's the perfect neighborhood for us. It's near the school that we prefer for our son. It's 92 Gullick Road. It's a quiet road with children riding bicycles, walking to school. It's a small lot. The creek in the backyard was mentioned, I think, already. The lake is about 5 minutes away, walking distance. If you could see this right now, I'm convinced you would like it. Our offer was accepted, and finally we had our own little piece of Princeton. Now, as to the existing home, we explored our options, and we arrived ultimately at the decision to build a new house on 92 Gullick. For us to build ultimately a new family home, for our son to start his first grade later this year, actually, at Littlebrook, and ultimately for my wife and me to live and down the road to retire. The plan in front of you, to the best of our knowledge, fits into the neighborhood. It complies with all current ordinances, rules, and regulations that we're aware of. And we ask you to please grant us this variance for us to fulfill our dream. Thank you for your consideration.
Can I ask Mr. DePasquale, can you, I guess it would be your architect, can you show us the new plans? I have the plan that was in our packet, and I didn't get the opportunity to look on the website, so I'd like to see the plan.
Mr. Chairman, yes, I was just about to do that. Please confirm. It looks like everyone can see it.
I can see it, yes. I think everybody's
Mr.
on. the screen.
DePasquale, why don't we make this an exhibit, since this reflects something that you've changed? You want to call it Exhibit A1?
Yes, let's do that. And
Okay.
we'll simultaneously bring our architect up. And just for everyone's awareness, what's yellow here is highlighted so that you can see the change made from the original plan that was submitted.
Okay.
Given that this was in response to the zoning memo for Mr. Bridger, we just didn't want to have to force everyone to be looking at two separate things. We thought it made it easier to identify the changes.
Okay.
Jeff, are you on?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, Jeff, why don't you give a brief introduction and tell me to scroll to which page you'd like me to scroll to of the property here and what we're doing.
Yeah, you could say,
Mr. Fleischer, before you testify, I just want to confirm you are a licensed architect in the state of New Jersey. Is that correct?
Yes, I am.
All right. And do you want to qualify him, Mr. DePasquale, or?
I've appeared in front of this board in the past.
Okay, I think we'll accept you as an expert
Okay.
witness. That's fine. Thank you.
Thank
Great.
you. Good evening. Derek gave a good description of the home, 5-bedroom, 4.5 bath, 2-story home. Our client really wanted to take advantage of this site and also not disturb too much of the site. So we were careful to place the house almost in the exact location as the current home, albeit the footprint is a little larger. But we wanted to minimize disturbance. You'll see from the elevation, the yellow indicates changes from the previous iteration.
There we go. Sorry about that.
We moved the garage back, so we maintain that 8-foot setback for side approach garage. And that yellow piece on the main elevation to the right of the peaked area, we added a laundry room on the second floor. And you can see from the plan, we're taking advantage of the backyard, the view. And if you go to the renderings.
Let me just ask a quick question while you have go back to the first floor plan, please. Yeah, that's good.
Yes.
So, okay, so looks like you kept the back wall the same and changed is it the laundry room? Did you adjust that or did you you made the garage narrower too?
We made the garage narrower.
Okay,
and
that's fine.
The mudroom a bit bigger.
So basically you just, I see exactly what you did. Thank you.
And that was the only real change to the plan.
Yeah.
And I did receive information from the civil engineer about some of the grades on the property, so I had to adjust the roof lines a little bit.
Okay.
So currently, if we go to the renderings, just down one page.
Yep.
You can see it's a mixture of hipped roofs and a peaked roof in the front, which houses the stair tower as well as an elevator. It's the client's intent to live here for a long time, so they wanted to make sure they had access to all floors. You can see from the northwest elevation that they're opening to the backyard, taking advantage of the wooded backyard. And there's a covered patio with, it has a pergola over it. It isn't a solid cover. The facade has a mixture of materials, wood and stucco.
Okay.
That's really about it.
Okay. Thank you.
Are there any questions for our architects?
Yes, can you show hi, I'm Sarah Smith. I'm next door at 82.
No, excuse me one
Oh,
second.
we're going to open it up to the public, Ms. Smith, but not yet.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, Mr. DePasquale, you can continue.
Okay. There's no further questions for our architect. We will bring on our engineer, Eric Marion. Eric, are you live?
Yep, I am.
Okay, great. So just for Karen, what I've done here is I pulled up what we'll call I guess, exhibit
A2?
We'll go AB. Yeah, A2, that's fine. This is a site plan that was prepared in response to one of the objectors' materials on the website. So this was only prepared a short while ago. We emailed it prior to the meeting to Claudia and Derek, Mr. Bridger. Since it was prepared so late, it didn't get a chance to be posted, but we think it's helpful as a reference, and our professionals here to testify to it.
Okay. Mr. Repnarian, you're a licensed engineer, professional engineer in the state of New Jersey, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Do I need to qualify, Mr. Repnarian?
Mr. Ebnarian, my recollection is that you did testify before this board previously. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Okay.
Mr. DePasquale, you want him, the board to accept him as an expert witness in land use engineering?
I would
request that, yes.
Okay.
Yes, I think we're comfortable with that.
All right.
Okay, thank you.
welcome.
Okay, Eric, if you would you please go through and talk about the existing conditions of the site? And then after you just briefly go over that, talk about the changes that we're making to the site, particularly with the stormwater and the flood zone.
Thank you.
How that comes into play.
Certainly, John. Thank you. So the portion of the property, or the survey area to the left on the plan sheet that's on display, that shows the existing conditions as it exists today on the property. You can see the footprint of the existing two-story home on site. The driveway is located in front of the dwelling towards the left-hand side, and it's a gravel driveway, which is basically an impervious surface, although it's not paved. To the back of the property is Harry's Brook, and it meanders along the back property line. The brook is located partly on our property in the southerly corner, and then as you move towards the north, which is as you move towards the south, which is towards the left on the property, the tributary goes off site and then comes back onto the property. The stream has a delineated floodplain as per the current FEMA maps, which were delineated and revised in 2016. The floodplain is shown for the stream is shown on the property as that heavier dashed line that runs along the back of the property, and it clipses the rear corner of the existing house on the right rear side. And also what's shown on the existing conditions is the riparian zone requirement for NJDEP, which is 50 feet from the top of bank. There's an existing wire fence along the back of the property, which runs along the existing top of the stream bank. Presently, the entire backyard from the house all the way to the stream, it consists of a few isolated trees and grass. In essence, the way NJDEP looks at that type of land use or ground cover, it's an existing disturbed area that a developer or an applicant is allowed to build within certain, with certain conditions apply. And essentially that's the existing condition. The survey or the proposed condition site plan, which is located to the right on the plan sheet. This shows what the applicant is proposing to do. The garage is going to be moved from the front left to the right-hand side of the property. And instead of a front entry garage, this is going to be a side entry garage into the building. We're proposing a two-story dwelling, and there's a slight increase in the size of the building. The same riparian zone and floodplain that's shown on the existing condition has been reproduced on this plan. The current building, as it's proposed, is located completely outside of the FEMA flood hazard area, and it's located outside of the existing riparian zone for Harry's Brook. The proposal as it currently sits does not require any flood hazard area permits from NJDEP because we're not constructing within a riparian zone, and we're not proposing any fill within the FEMA flood hazard elevation. To satisfy the stormwater management requirement in the current ordinance for Princeton, a small rain garden is proposed at the front of the property. The rain garden is denoted as those two elliptical circles at the front of the property towards the left of the driveway. And the rain garden has been designed and complies with all of the current requirements of the township of the municipality's stormwater management ordinance. A portion of the roof area, the section of the property that's hatched with the slanted lines, all of the runoff from that portion of the roof will be piped into the rain garden that's located along the front of the property. Correct. The remainder or the rear portion of the dwelling that's in the gray shaded area That's going to discharge on grade and the runoff will continue to flow into the existing stream at the rear of the property. Additionally, we will be removing a few trees as a part of this development. And what the applicant is proposing to do is all of the replacement trees that's required by the ordinance, only 4 will be located along the front and side of the property. The remainder of the replacement trees, which are shown in the shaded circles, they're going to be located along the bank of the stream. And the applicant is elected to install or to plant the trees at those locations in order to provide additional stability to the stream bank to prevent any erosion from occurring in the future. Vegetation along the stream bank, once the root systems have a chance to establish themselves, will help to retain the soil and to prevent any erosion that would normally occur over the life of a stream as water moves through the stream. And essentially, that's the applicant's proposal.
Mr. Repnarian, are you going to address the question of the availability of land from neighboring properties, which could alleviate
Ms.
the
Casey,
lot issue?
yes, Ms. Casey, I'm going to address that in conjunction with Jim Kyle, our planner.
Okay.
Mr. Repnarian, so to summarize, the improvements that we've made with respect to stormwater and we'll say flood management, even though the structure is outside of the flood zone and completely complies with the stormwater ordinance and the NJDEP regulations relating to flood zones. We are moving the building structure away from the riparian zone. We're installing a rain garden, which didn't exist before, and we're improving stability along the bank of the tributary in the rear portion of the property, which didn't exist before, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Are there any other questions for our engineer, Mr. Repnarian?
I have 2. The first one, the existing home now, where does that roof water go? Does it go to the back of the property, to the stream?
So almost the entire property drains towards the back.
And including, I'm talking about for the existing home for that roof water, that it basically runs out to the back also.
Correct.
Okay, so you're improving the situation a little bit by taking the new roof and draining that into the rain gardens you've got in the front.
Correct.
Okay, all right. And the trees in the back that are along the boundary of the stream, you said once the root system takes hold, are you confident that they'll be able to take hold in that area? I mean, it's hard. Obviously, you can't predict storms, but you know it gets a little bad back there when the rain is very heavy.
I'm pretty confident that they will survive well. I had a chance to look at the property earlier today, and walking along the bank, it looks like there are some existing riprap that have probably existed in that area for quite a while. And even the vegetation along the banks, right along the edge of the bank itself, seems to have survived well, even with all of the heavier rains that we've had recently.
Okay.
So I think the stream is naturally holding itself together. This is only going to enhance, enable that area to perform better.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Cohen, Jim Purcell here.
Hi, Jim.
If I might ask
Please.
permission to ask a few questions of the engineer once the other zoning board members have questioned.
Board members, do you have any other questions of the engineer?
I have one question, and it's just, I can't tell what this dotted line is that goes around the side of the property. It touches the subsoil stockpile on the back of the property and keeps going around to the front. What is that line?
So as a part of the erosion and sediment control measures, we're required to put silt fence downhill from any disturbed areas and along the disturbed area. And that's what that dotted line represents. It's just where the silt fences are going to go.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
I had a question about the rain garden. Actually, 2 questions. What is the is that an overflow in the right side of the inner ellipse there? In case it gets overflowed? Is that, there's some dotted line heading toward the house?
No, so the dotted line heading towards the house, that's the pipe that connects the roof leaders to the rain garden.
Okay, so it just goes in. Okay, so
Correct.
if it gets inundated, how are you handling an overflow?
So if the rain garden fills up, then it'll overflow towards the road, towards Gullick Road.
Okay, to the road. Okay.
Yes.
All right. So it just have a stone edge that'll just overflow out rather than under drain.
Correct.
Okay.
There-
And what kind of plant palette are you proposing for? Because right in the road,
The type of plants that we're proposing?
yes.
So within the bioretention system itself, we've got pepper bush, sweet pepper bush, winterberries, and also evergold. Brown covers.
And to supplement this response from Mr. Ripnarian, we walked, well, I didn't walk, but the property owner walked the site with the arborist who suggested these locations and suggested the types of plantings made, but we're happy to consider alternative plantings. I just wanted the board to know that we did talk to the town arborist about that, who came out and walked the site with us, especially with respect to the trees along the stream. So, we suggested it was a good idea.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Okay, any other questions of the engineer? Okay, Jim, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just for the benefit of the zoning board and for the public, this plan that we're looking at right now was presented to us. I probably got to look at it half an hour before the hearing started. It's my understanding that this application is simply for approval of the two variances, and I guess the garage variance goes away. And therefore, we have not had the benefit in engineering of looking at a fully developed site plan as you see in front of you. So my review is a little bit off the cuff, but I would like to ask a few questions of Mr. Ripnarian. And I'm going to start, Eric, with the existing site plan that shows up on the plan. Your drawing identifies the physical features on this site plan as having been scaled from a survey done by Harris Surveying. Is that correct?
Correct.
But I have seen that Harris Surveying survey, and none of the spot elevations, contours, or trees are depicted on that. Can you tell me what the source of that information is?
So we have a survey that was provided by Harris that shows all of the topo and the tree location, including the spot elevations.
Okay, well, that was not presented in the zoning permit application, so did not have the benefit of that information. Looking at the floodplain, your plan also has a note that says that it is based on the FEMA flood insurance rate map, correct?
Correct.
And you are aware that the flood plain limit on that flood insurance rate map is based on an actual surveyed elevations of cross sections?
Yes.
Did you or did the surveyor rely on those surveyed elevations to plot the floodplain limit as shown, or is it just a depiction of the graphic that is on the flood insurance rate map?
So what we did to accurately plot the limits of the floodplain is the original survey work that was prepared, or the field work. That field work was completed using New Jersey state plane coordinates as the horizontal datum. The flood information from FEMA, they do provide us with the Mercer County data in GIS format, also in state plane coordinates. So you could take the two and overlay them exactly where the property belongs relative to the FEMA flood maps. So that's how the limits of the floodplain that we're showing on this plan was depicted.
My concern is that the proximity of the floodplain to the existing home and to the proposed dwelling is such that I think we need to, I would need to see the actual survey and the survey data used to plot this floodplain limit. There is another question as to whether or not the stream itself, which by the way, Eric, you said Harry's Brook, it is Shady Brook. The stream itself.
I believe that was me.
I
That
like
would
to
be my
know-
bad.
That's okay. It's I want to see the survey data that plotted that accurately. I am concerned about where the bank is, where the center line of the stream is, and therefore where the riparian zone plots out and where the floodplain plots out. But that is all something for the zoning board. That is all something that would be submitted at a later date anyway. I just want to make it clear that if you approve this zoning variance for the applicant tonight, it is simply for the non-conforming lot size. And all of these site issues would have to be approved through engineering and zoning before a permit is issued. So I just want to make sure that you understand that you're not approving this site plan as it is this evening, because I have many questions that need to be.
No, I appreciate your concern, and I'm glad you did say that, but before you mentioned that, I was going to say, if we did decide to make a motion to approve this, it would be subject to your review of the engineering information and subject to your approval. So we're okay with that. Okay.
Mr. Purcell, thank you for that clarification. I appreciate that. I would like also the members of the public to hear that the engineering would have to be approved separately. This is solely an application for the zoning, which is the hardship for the undersized lot. The engineering is somewhat of a separate thing. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Yeah, just one question, Mr. Purcell. The rain garden, the small rain garden in the front adjacent to the drive, are you okay with that there and the possibility of any overflow running into the street?
I am okay with that location. I'd have to, of course, review the calculations that size that rain garden. And the quick review that I had shows that it is sized properly to retain what's required by the ordinance.
Okay.
Any overflow would not exceed what's already probably flowing off of that end of the property.
Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you. Okay, Mr. Di Pasquale, please continue.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. Eric, thank you. Next, I'd like to bring our planner, Jim Kyle, to testify as to this project. And I'd also like to correct a statement that I made earlier in this presentation. I referenced a fire pit in the rear of the yard. That's actually applicable to my next application, which has very similar facts, but is not exactly correct. So just wanted to correct that for the record. Jim, are you live with us?
I am. Good evening, everyone. How are you?
Fine, thank you.
Jim has testified before. I presume he
Jim
does not need
has
to be
testified
qualified.
a
Okay.
number of times before, and we will accept him as an expert in planning.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Thank you.
So
Jim,
I
would
was
you like to,
retained by the
start? Yeah.
applicant to review the planning issues associated with this. As we've learned this evening, they're going to build a new home at the subject property. Met with the client and counsel to discuss the application. I've reviewed all the plans and application materials, also the ordinance and master plan, as well as Mr. Bridger's memo. And I did visit the site personally today, in fact. So this is block 4701, lot 20. It's also known as 92 Gullick Road. It's located in the former township, as Mr. Bridger had indicated. It's located in the R5 district. This lot's located on the west side of Gullick Road, and that's just south of Shady Brook Lane. The subject property is 20,741 square feet in size, currently contains an existing split-level single-family dwelling. It has an attached two-car garage on the south side, and it also has a shed on the south side of the property as well. All of the surrounding lots in this Shady Brook neighborhood are residential in nature. So we're here this evening seeking a C1 bulk variance. This relief would be to construct this new dwelling on an undersized lot. And this is really the only non-conforming condition that presently exists here. And while this lot is undersized, the requirement for the zone is 21,780 square feet. So we're about 1,039 square feet short. It comfortably complies with all the dimensional requirements for the R5 district. So lot width, lot depth, frontage, all of those are well exceeded. Additionally, the dwelling that we're proposing complies with all required setbacks, setback to height ratios, floor area ratio, as well as the maximum impervious coverage requirement for the zone. And on the coverage, 36% is permitted, and we're proposing 21.1. So we're about 14% under the 36% that's permitted. So the only variance that's required with this application, with the change that we made to the side-loaded garage setback, is for the minimum lot area. So in terms of this bulk variance, as the board has heard many times, we're required to demonstrate both the positive and the negative criteria. Here we're going to approach the positive from the C1 hardship stance, where compliance with the minimum required would create an undue hardship. So the existing house was built in 1954, and this entire subdivision was fully constructed by 1956. And this is something that I learned from reviewing historic aerials for the area. At the time, all the land surrounding to the west and the north was farmland, and this development predated the township ordinance of 1968 by about 14 years. So built in 54, and the first township zoning ordinance was 1968. All of the lots that surround this subject lot they're all fully developed. Lot 19, which is immediately to the north, is undersized according to the tax record. So that lot is 20,734 square feet. So it's short of the 21,780 required. And while lot 21 to the south is slightly above the minimum that's required, that lot, according to the tax records, is 22,651. It only has an excess of 871 square feet. And if we were to subdivide, what would happen is one of the lots would still be non-conforming. So only one could be conforming. So our 1,039 square foot shortage could not be accommodated without making that lot non-conforming. The lots to the rear, and there's a few, there's a boundary of the lots to the rear that actually lands right in the middle of this rear lot line. Those are all located in a different zoning district. So those are in the R4, and the minimum lot area for that is 3/4 of an acre. While some of those lots are larger than 3/4 of an acre, and the one behind us in particular, this would essentially create a lot that is split zone. So we would have a portion of the lot that would have different zoning requirements that would be applicable, and we would have a portion in the R5 that has different zoning requirements. So from a practical perspective, it's not really achievable to subdivide a portion of that lot in a different zoning district and attach it to this one. The other thing that a subdivision with the lot behind would do, it would put a portion of the lot on the west side of the stream. So that land would be inaccessible. It would be difficult to maintain, even if the split zoning could be overcome. So I think in this case, clearly the applicant can demonstrate there's a practical difficulty in complying with the minimum lot area requirement. We essentially have no land available on either side of us to the north and south, nor can we acquire any land from the lot to the rear because it's in a different zoning district and subject to different requirements. So I think we can comfortably meet the hardship test based on these facts. In terms of the negative criteria considerations and any potential impact to surrounding properties, as I noted, this proposal fully complies with all the bulk requirements for the R5 district. So despite the fact that the lot is undersized for the zone, this doesn't come at the expense of requiring other relief. This also shows that the development proposal is appropriate for the lot, and the dwelling has essentially been right sized for the lot area that we have. So no exceedance of coverage, no exceedance of FAR, and no setback relief is necessary in order to accommodate the dwelling on this lot. Now, with the exception of 82 Gullick Road to the south, which, as I indicated, is slightly oversized for the zone, Most of the lots on the west side of the street are under the minimum required. I did review the GIS data, which has all the lot sizes from the tax maps populated into that data. And most of the lots on the west side are undersized. So essentially, if you look at many of the lots in the neighborhood, with the exceptions of the ones that are kind of at the ends of the street, which are oversized to accommodate the curves in the roadway, most of the lots in this neighborhood are just under that half acre that's required. So what this means is that continuation of the undersized lot condition here is going to be consistent with many of the lots that we see in the immediate area, and it's not going to be out of character with the neighborhood. And again, as Mr. Di Pasquale pointed out, we're about 1,039 square feet short, which is about 5% of the total lot area that's required. In terms of the intent and purpose of the zone plan and the ordinance, I reviewed the master plan and all the reexamination reports, and there's no real specific rationale for the minimum lot sizes that are established, really in any of the zones in the former township. And I will say, having reviewed, hundreds of master plans preparing for cases like this, it's not unusual that there's no specific rationale for a specific lot size required. But from a general planning perspective, minimum lot areas are generally established to control population density. They're often considered in the context of environmental constraints as well. I think it's important, to note that the fact that this neighborhood predated the zoning ordinance by 14 years, a lot of the environmental regulations that we have in place today didn't exist at that time. So, not surprisingly that these lots were sized this way at that time, because there weren't really many of the considerations that we take into account today for this. But I think given the nature of surrounding lots, as I said, many of which are also undersized, the fact that this neighborhood has existed for almost 70 years, I think continuation of the reduced lot area here should not substantially impair the intent of that lot size. And again, it's a rather de minimis departure at about 5% less than what's required. So I think overall, there should not be any substantial impact to the intent and purpose of the zone plan and zoning ordinance as a result of the variance. Mr. Chairman, that's all I had in the way of direct. I'm happy to answer any questions the board may have.
Okay, thank you. Any questions of Mr. Kyle? Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, everyone.
Mr. Di Pasquale.
Yeah, sure. Some concluding remarks. I think this is a pretty straightforward C1 hardship variance. As Mr. Kyle says, it's nearly de minimis the size that we're talking about here. And that's the sole reason that we're here in front of the board, because the lot is slightly undersized. I'd like to underscore that we are improving overall the condition of the lot with respect to, we'll call stormwater. We are moving the building away from the flood hazard area. We're draining more of the stormwater towards the front of the property instead of back towards the stream. We're creating a new basin where there was not a basin before. And we're also adding many trees to stabilize the area to prevent further erosion. I think it's a great project that overall improves this lot and will help with the stream situation in general.
Okay, thank you. Okay, do any board members have any question of any of the applicant's witnesses before we open it to the public?
I just wanted to ask, is it an issue actually if you've got a piece of property that is in two different zones? I actually know that we have one of our later cases is just exactly that. So it's a new idea to me as of reading that case, but would that be a problem? I guess I'm asking our engineer if he's available.
I actually think that's a question for the zoning officer, but the way that we have been treating, in particular, where we have a boundary between the former borough and the former township, the way we treat zoning along those boundaries where we have bifurcated lots is that the property is in the zone in which the tax designation exists. So it is in the block and lot. It is the block and lot that controls where the zoning district boundary is, not an arbitrary line on a map. Does that answer your question?
maybe I should ask it differently. Would that preclude somebody from buying property that's happens to be in a different zone?
It would require going through the subdivision process and possibly, I'm going to let Derek jump in here, possibly having a rezoning of that strip of land that you purchased from the other lot and block. So it would be a reconfiguration of our zoning map.
So it sounds like it wasn't explored, or did I not hear that part? Was it explored whether or not you could buy property, that property could be bought, or was it seen as an inconvenient situation? And so it wasn't, did you approach neighbors?
So doing our diligence on it, we deemed to have to go through the subdivision and rezoning process to an acquired 1,000 square feet was a hardship in itself. We thought that was an oppressive standard given the small amount of square footage that we're looking for.
It's hard for me to know whether that, I don't know whether that would make a difference in how that flood zone could be handled. I just don't know. But I wondered about that. I don't know if any of my colleagues have any thoughts about it, but thank you.
Okay, are there any other questions of the applicant's witnesses?
I have if I could just ask one, just a curiosity question. Is there like an attic, or is there exposed ceiling in the front of the house? Because you got the large peaked roof in there. Is that exposed up high?
Jeff, I'll defer to you on that.
Yeah, there are some beam ceilings on the interior as well as the cathedral. Yeah.
Okay.
Fork. No. Oh, yeah, actually. Yeah. Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Steve, your question was good. I'd like to, at least understand a little more about that as we get further into the discussion. Okay. At this time, we'll go open the hearing to the public. Claudia, do we have anyone? I know somebody talked earlier. Do we have a number of people here who would like to speak on this? Claudia, you're muted.
Yeah. If you want to raise your hand, Sarah.
Hi.
Ma'am, if you could give us your full name and address first, then we'll swear you in.
Sure. My name is Sarah Smith, Sarah Smith at 82 Gullick.
All right. And Ms. Smith, do you swear or affirm your testimony this evening will be truthful?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Okay. So I was surprised to see the new plans submitted, I guess, shortly before. Obviously, I didn't check the website to see if plans had been submitted, as I believe that they had to be submitted by Monday. So here we are. First of all, I'd like to welcome Norbert and his family to the neighborhood. I've really enjoyed meeting you and talking with your son. I think the house overall is a beautiful design, but I would love to see it on 4 acres, not on less than half an acre. That's my personal preference. The other element personally that I was shocked by the design was that it actually looks into my private backyard, which is one of the reasons why I truly enjoy living on this street in Princeton. On the plans itself, you can see that there's 2 outdoor decks, and one of them's on the top floor, and it looks directly into my backyard, onto my back deck. It's the most private area in my world. So that was disappointing to see. So I actually prepared something, and while today's presentation hadn't from your family, from your team, it's an army of people. I'm just one person who spent quite a bit of time trying to put together a presentation to show exactly what it's like living on Gullick Road from a stormwater perspective. So if possible, could I share my screen?
Yes.
Okay, so full screen. Sorry, is it shared?
I don't see it.
Okay, just a second, let me escape. Zoom. Share screen. Okay, do you see it now?
No.
No.
Okay. My apologies.
There we go.
Okay.
Ms. Smith, before you get started.
Right, I know I have 3 minutes.
Yeah, no, that's okay. I just wanted to say we'll call this objector Exhibit 1.
Okay.
And I assume it's a series of PowerPoint slides?
Yes, it is. And I have notes that I'm going to read from to try and keep this as efficient as possible.
Okay.
Okay, so here we are. This is the aerial view of our neighborhood. I believe that the plans are to create a house larger than permitted on the existing lot. However, here we are. So this is a tributary of, I thought it was Harry's Brook, but today I learned it's actually Shady Brook. So again, something new. However, you can see that on this property, it's actually where there's a curve in the brook, which creates erosion downstream. And I'll talk about that in a minute. Sorry?
If I may,
I didn't interrupt you.
Is this prepared by a survey, or is this
This
a
is
copy and paste?
This is the 2016 FEMA storm map on the left. And then I took the R zone map. Actually, I took the layers of plots from the FEMA map, so I did not overlay it. The red, I'm just showing context, because the one thing missing from your presentation was context. I saw no context of how the stormwater flows or how the house is situated within the neighborhood. So that's what I'm trying to establish here.
I just want to be clear that this is not the actual delineation of the floodplain performed by a professional. This is a superimposition of our plan over something you copy and pasted.
Please allow her to continue, and then
Yeah,
you
actually,
can
John,
question afterwards.
John, I made notes when you talked, and I'm going to refer to them later. So I'd appreciate it if you let me just finish, because I'd like to stick to a certain number of minutes. So here we are. On the left-hand side, you can see the tributary highlighting the location of 92 Gullick. On the right, you can see that almost 50% is in a flood zone. On slide 3, I did create this from a series of photographs. So while it's not exactly accurate, it gives you the impression. I live at 82 on the left. The water table is extremely high in this neighborhood. And the type of soil we have is minimal. We're actually on bedrock in this area, and in the bedrock, the water seeps around. It's a little bit difficult to explain unless you live in the neighborhood. So on the left, I removed a large oak tree and immediately ponding occurred. The existing house at 92, I believed it had a pervious gravel driveway because the owners hadn't put new gravel on it in more than 15 years. It's a front-facing driveway, which is excellent. It has no basement, which is another key point. There's a healthy, mature tree, and here we can see an overlay showing how the new house will look. It actually doesn't conform with the neighborhood because the neighborhood is mostly split levels. I noticed at 19 Marion Road, which comes later tonight, there's a house that actually would look really good on this spot because it doesn't go to that second level. So while it's a 2-story, my house would be kind of 1.5 stories, as would 100. The one area of concern that I have is the two driveways side by side. So I don't think there's a need for I forget what it's called, but a driveway that you turn left to go into your garage. I think it's perfectly acceptable to have a front-facing driveway because that would actually free up more land that the stormwater could drain into. My number one concern is flooding. The infrastructure in our neighborhood, the houses were built in the 1950s, and the infrastructure matches. So building big in this neighborhood creates a serious hardship to the greater community, as does the removal of a large mature tree, which I discovered now that I have ponding. 18,000 gallons are consumed by that one tree in the front of the house. If we talk about the flood, the FEMA-based flood elevation, so it's at 74. My house, I just did a quick sketch on the left. It shows the water without the sump pump is the blue area. The red line is the 74 measurement. So if that basement, which includes a bedroom, I noticed the laundry room has since moved, but there's no need for a basement with technology as it exists today. You can actually have heaters, water heaters, everything can be quite compact. Modern, the entire building could be built on a slab. So what will happen is there will be an underground swimming pool. This is the ugly side of Princeton, sump pumps. Everybody has them. Children are bored at Thanksgiving when grown-ups start talking about them. It's a fact of life. So here are my sump pumps, and you can see that seepage is starting to occur at one of them, which will need to be addressed. On the right-hand side, it's 7 inches below the ground of my basement, which is a split level. So if I didn't have the sump pumps running, this would actually be the water line. And this is what does happen in the neighborhood. I talked with about 10 neighbors on my street today, and each one of them has said at some point they've either experienced flooding or they've had trees fall over due to wet soil. It's a serious concern in our neighborhood. This is something that will happen in any house in Princeton. So at, I believe it was 32 Gullick, there was sewage backup in the entire basement. And even though our storm drains and our water drains and sewage drains are separate, there's cracks in them, so seepage can occur. Harry's Brook has, this is the one point that I think requires verification. And Harris, the people who did the plat for number 92 actually did my plat when we did renovations back, I think it was in 2010. And Harry's Brook has moved. So I compared our two plats side by side, and this is not a bankful measurement. I also looked at neighbors in the back, and they had the original plans from 1958. And again, the stream was in a different position if I were to patch them all together, which I didn't see the point. Walking through the stream, so my dog and the neighbor's dog were good friends at 92, and they would often hop under the fence because there was so much space between where the land had eroded and the stream began. So this is evidence of the stream bank actually shifting towards the property. Here we can see that the fence is in the stream when 15 years ago, the fence pole in the large circle was actually on the land. It's a disaster zone back there. Further up the stream, beyond the small dot, there's riprap that the town put in, but the riprap that the town put in, I think it was 15 years ago, is no match for the power of a storm. You can see that, I think here we have 2 mature trees had toppled into the stream. They actually cause blockages and it needs to be cleaned up. Planting new trees. So this is the part of the plan that really concerns me. I don't think that people can just, even I wouldn't presume to plant a tree without looking at the underside of the stream. And Princeton Hydro actually did a fantastic presentation with Sustainable Princeton last week, where they showed that there's actually ways that we can mitigate the storm water damage to the roots of the trees. I think it's some sort of, it's like not riprap hard, but it's soft and it expands to fit the underbelly of this situation. So this is actually what the water looks like underneath the trees. So that large tree on the top right will fall down eventually without some mitigation happening. The width of the bank expands, as we can see on the left here. Okay, this is going back one street to Poe Road. If you're familiar with Princeton, Poe Road is north of Gullick Road.
I object to this. This is not our site. This has nothing to do with our application.
Actually, stop talking because this does. This is what the basement will look like during construction. And it causes a nuisance to the street. Where does that water go during construction? So I'm continuing.
I just request that this stay focused on the property.
And here we are.
And I don't understand.
Back on the property. Here we go. So now if we look at over on the left-hand side, this is 92 Gullick Road erosion at the stream level. So if you look closely, there's actually water seeping at the ground, out of the ground, below the soil level and above the stream. This is the water table. I wanted to
Is this at 92 Gullick?
Yes, this is. I walk the stream. The stream is public right of way.
I'm pretty sure the stream is on our property. Did you get permission to enter 92 Gullick to take these pictures?
Did you notice that the stream, I have permission from Missy, who lives on Poe Road, and she said that I could take pictures in the stream, which is what I did. So
in the stream on the property that you don't have permission to enter. I mean, if this is at 92 Gullick Road, I don't think you have permission to enter 92 Gullick Road to take pictures.
Do you see the stream on the top side there? That's not.
So, Chairman, I think this is straying from what the board should be considering.
Well, all right, well,
it's important. It's important to establish that this is what's happening, that the additional storm water going from 92 Gullick, it flows downstream to 82 Gullick. And in the last 10 years, this is how much the stream has expanded. So my point is that there needs to be verification of the actual location of the stream. Again, this is what happens. That rain garden.
This is for an expert. I mean, you have to have an engineer produce.
Exactly. But what I'm saying is you need more accurate engineering drawings.
Okay.
Well, our engineering drawings are accurate. You don't have engineering drawings.
No, I don't. I don't have a team of people supporting me or a lawyer either.
Mr. DePasquale, this is Steve Cohen. Can you just let the witness finish, and then we'll
you can
answer your try to answer your question.
Understood.
Okay.
Understood.
Go ahead, please. Can you wrap it up?
I'm wrapping it up. I'm trying to. Okay, so here we are. This is 82 Gullick Road on a day of heavy rain. And this is what happens when water comes from upstream at street level. So that's significant water. Here's construction on Marion Road. And the point of this slide is to show that gutter to storm drain and holding tank does not replace planting trees.
Okay.
It causes flooding. You can see it in the lower right-hand side. And this is Ida, Irene. This is the end of Gullick Road. So what I'm asking is that actually the structure does extend past the current structure and does extend significantly. I think I would like to see the house brought down in size because otherwise we will have increased flooding, soil erosion, tree and property damage.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right. Mr. DePasquale, do you want to say anything, or should we just go on to the next witness?
I don't want to make too much of an issue out of it. I think a lot of that was intended to be expert testimony without expert testimony. It was a copy and paste on Photoshop of flood maps on our plans. It was not prepared by engineers. We provided expert testimony that shows that our project is actually improving the erosion and flooding situation, removes the building from the flood area, actually increases the setback from this neighbor's lot greater than what it was before. It was 17.8. We're now set back from her property 20 feet. None of the plans and none of the pictures were to scale. I'm a little disturbed that she was walking our property taking pictures. We're working with the arborist on the trees who encourages and agrees that it's a good plan. We have testimony that we're actually reducing the overall flow into the river and pushing it forward.
Okay,
Not
not to interrupt you, I just, you can finish in a moment, but keep in mind that this will face an engineering review by the town engineer. And so I think I understand what you're saying about, how it was presented and everything else, but it is going to be reviewed by our engineer.
Absolutely, we welcome that.
Okay, thank you. Anything else? Okay, Claudia, do we have any additional people who'd like to
Yes.
speak?
I think the next one will be Sharmila and Amit.
Okay.
Yes, hi there. I'm Sharmila, this is Amit Sachdev. We're at 73 Gullick, and I think
Before you start testifying, please, we need to swear you both in. Do you swear affirm that your testimony this evening will be truthful?
Yes, I do, yes.
And if you could give us your address one more time?
We're at 73 Gullick Road.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, and I think between us, we have more than 3 minutes. I'm going to be presenting, and I will go as quickly and as efficiently as I can. And with all due respect to Mr. Di Pasquale, if you could let me just go through it, otherwise I'll get distracted. And then I'd be happy to take any questions you have at the end.
Okay, please continue.
Okay, sure. Just sharing a screen. Close that. Okay, can everybody see the screen?
Yes, I can.
Okay, great. Thank you. First of all, definitely extending a warm welcome to the Thiers, to our community as new neighbors. I'm here to just express some shared concerns among neighbors, shared interests and concerns, and present relevant information specific to this part of the Little Brook community. We are a deeply connected community with organic relationships between our properties, been around for a long time, and we rely on each other to sustain this healthy environment. The proposed variance for increased building size can have an effect on this already fragile ecosystem, and we really just ask that the builders and homeowners be thoughtful and responsible in approaching the construction.
One question, they're not
Yes.
seeking a variance to increase the building size. The home that's being proposed is allowed on the site.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, this is just a map just showing you 92 Gullick and some of the surrounding properties. Overlaid on that, the stream is represented here. I can speak specifically to our property here. We do get a lot of ponding during heavy rains. We have a storm drain here, one on the other side. What I would like to bring up is the proposed rain garden. That water that's being pushed to the front, honestly, that's not going to work because during heavy rains, these storm drains, if they cannot take the capacity of water that comes down, it continues to flood into yards. And you've got two properties sitting right across from Gullick, from the 92 home that already experience heavy ponding and high water tables. And I'm going to go ahead and explain further. Here, there's a linear pathway of tree life and plant life that I've depicted running from 82 Gullick, which is Sarah's house, running through these two properties and again, back further into the backyard of 78 Shady Brook Lane. Now, what's happened over the past 12 to 18 months, as you can see depicted by these gray triangles, are the death, the deterioration, and removal of otherwise healthy trees. And it's disproportionate in number compared to other areas of these properties. So at least 15 to 16 otherwise healthy trees are gone. The darker triangles represent recently downed trees. They've been uprooted. This one has fallen on the roof of 83 Gullick Road. This one currently has fallen and also has caused some property damage. So what I'd like to do now is walk you through pictorially what I'm talking about. This is the front of 82 Gullick Road here. If you cross the road, you've got our house here and 83 on the other side. Going back further is 78 Shady Brook Lane. Here is one remaining tree base of a tree taken down within the past year, 82 Gullick Road. Another uprooted tree on 82 Gullick Road that has happened recently due to wet grounds and rotting roots. 2 trees taken out this past year in our yard, our front yard, and the remaining spots there. This is the otherwise healthy tree that fell on top of the roof of 83 Gullick this past year due to stormwater and rotting roots. The water table is very high. The ground is very saturated. And unless you live here in this part of the neighborhood, you know, it wouldn't be relevant. It's completely saturated ground. Here is the remaining base of that tree that fell on the roof. You can see it's split and leaning. Another remaining trunk base, 83 Gullick. A remaining trunk base, 73 Gullick. Another one at 83. Another trunk base from 83. Coming into our backyard, a dead tree remains here. Another remaining trunk base from a tree we had to take down. And then going, peering through the back fence, you can see the gap here. There were many healthy tall pine trees on the property of 78 Shady Brook Lane that were taken down along the side and back. And now we've got a gap there where trees once stood. So again, I just brought up this screen again to just emphasize the disproportionate number of trees that deteriorated, dead, taken down within a relatively short period of time.
Thank you.
You can see the thinning mass of trees along the properties here. Another view of them, and there's no screen of trees existing anymore. So this is a larger context. I don't have to get into it. We can stick to the properties, but it's a huge issue, the climate change and intense storms that
No,
are
we all
expected to
recognize
continue
that.
on.
I think.
Okay. Yes, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No. I just want to keep it focused on this and
Absolutely.
try to bring
Yes.
it to a conclusion here, please.
Absolutely. Yes. So these are, I'm just expressing some of the shared concerns among some of the neighbors. You know, we're concerned about the square footage of impervious building that is proposed. Again, you can see what the impacts of that would be. The mitigation of stormwater, I know that's been addressed, but I think anyone living across the street from this house would be extremely concerned with that water is going to be pushed through and, you know, increasing the already high water tables that exist. Again, we asked the builder and homeowners to use a thoughtful and responsible approach, and we ask the zoning board to continue to be sensitive to stormwater drainage.
Okay,
Just so that we can identify this, why don't we call this objector exhibit 2?
That's fine.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
okay. Claudia, do we have anyone else who would like to speak?
I think Miss Polly Strauss.
Okay,
Ms. Strauss, if you could give us your address, please.
Sure, I'm at 147 Poe Road.
And do you swear or affirm that any testimony you give this evening will be truthful?
I do.
Thank you.
if you, excuse me, if you can try to limit it to 3 minutes. Please.
Absolutely. I only have a few sentences and no slides. I let my
Okay.
neighbors do the heavy lifting.
Okay, thank you.
So I'm really here just to stand in solidarity with my neighbors, for whom I have the greatest respect. And I think they've made very important points about the negative effects that would come of what's being proposed. So I would like to ask our newest neighbor to please build a home that truly fits in and preserves our neighborhood. And I would like to ask this zoning board to reject what's being proposed. And I want to thank you very much. Thank you for your service.
You're welcome. Okay, Claudia, do we have anyone else?
Rick Strauss.
Okay,
Hi, I'm Rick Strauss, also 147 Poe Road.
And Mr. Strauss, do you swear affirm any testimony you give will be truthful?
Yes.
Thank you.
We're across the stream from 92 Gullick and a proud owner of a 1950s house. I'll keep this also to 3 minutes. I've spent over half my life in Princeton. We've been on Poe Road for 25 years, and I also spent 4 years in college here. We wholeheartedly welcome the Thier family to the community. I know they will love it. Though I am confused on why they bought an undersized lot if they want to build a house outside of what the lot is zoned for. Make no mistake, this house is large. It's double the area of the current house, which is 2,063 square feet. And it would be, as you saw, clearly out of character in the neighborhood. I asked that it be built within the regulations because I am concerned about the effect on the ecosystem. You already heard about flood drainage. While I'm not an engineer, I have no doubt that a house this size will increase the water drainage compared to a smaller one. The area around the house is rich in wildlife. There are several foxes, owls, red hawks, salamanders, even a peregrine falcon visits us. Building beyond the variance and destroying some of the trees that are already there it could affect the wildlife, and I am highly skeptical of the claims that the situation will be improved. I therefore respectfully ask that the house be built within the regulations. I also think it is important to send, for the zoning board to send a strong message to the community that knockdowns are expected to stay within variances and that the word hardship should not be thrown around so willy-nilly. A 3,000 foot or, there's over a 4,000 foot square house. That does not really meet the definition of hardship. So again, I ask the zoning board to stay within the current regulations.
okay, I just want to add that they're not asking for a floor area variance. They're asking for a lot size variance, and that's the only variance they're asking for. So, okay, thank you. Claudia, anyone else?
Yes. Ruth Randall.
Okay,
Mr. Randall, could you give us your address first?
Yes, 52 Gullick Road.
All right, there you are. And do you swear or affirm that any testimony you give this evening will be truthful?
I do.
Thank you.
The water problem is the main problem. There's no doubt about that. But I would like to act as historian for a moment. all the houses on Gullick Road and Marion Road were built in the 50s as part of a planned community. They're harmonious in size, around 2,200 square feet. And this seems to me to be a very soluble problem. Make the new house more in tune with the neighborhood. Make it smaller. It will have a smaller effect on the water and everybody will be happy. I know they have the right to build such a large house, but that doesn't mean it's a good idea. I can say more, but that's enough.
Okay. Thank you. Claudia? Anyone else?
I have Mrs. Smith and Mr. Weiss.
Okay.
Hi, I'll go since you said both of our names. Hi, I'm Rick Weiss,
Mr. Weiss, what's your address, please?
90 Shady Brook Lane.
All righty, and do you swear or affirm that any testimony you give this evening will be truthful?
Yes.
Thank you.
So I'll also keep it very brief, and my concern is on the water table. We live, the diagram that was up before, we're right next door to the 78 Shady Brook. So we're right diagonal across from the house in question. And our backyard, I've lived here almost 40 years, so I'm kind of a senior member of the neighborhood. And we've seen great changes in the water table over the decades, and more we've seen our backyard get flooded over and over and over again, and plants die and trees come down. So that's our concern, is that by moving the water in the front of the house as suggested is going to increase the water issue in our backyard and in our neighbor's backyard. So I'll keep it to that and give other people time.
Thank you. Claudia?
Hello?
Mr. Elliott?
Hi, my name is TJ Elliott. I live at 118 Cedar Lane in Princeton, although I previously lived at 41 Gullick, which is the purpose of my joining in support of my former neighbors to make some comments.
Mr. Elliott, do you swear or affirm that any testimony you give will be truthful?
I do.
Thank you.
So my wife and I and our family moved to 41 Gullick in 2003. When the engineer came to look at our house, he said, you don't really need to worry. You might get a 100-year flood. We then got 3 100-year floods in the 15 years that we lived there, which is an interesting mathematical feat. But more importantly and more pertinently to this question here, the zoning board of Princeton granted a variance, and we investigated whether it would make sense to protest in 2006 or 2007 to 44 Shady Brook Lane. And they're good neighbors of ours and friends there. And so we felt, well, they want a larger house for their kids who are growing up. That's great. But it was very similar to this design if you look at 44 Shady Brook Lane. And it presented a much larger foundation to cover a basement than had previously been the case. And from that time on, our flooding problems were significant, regular, and very damaging, until finally, as we were looking to downsize to this smaller house closer to downtown Princeton there, we had to spend thousands of dollars in work to close off this. I haven't spoken to the neighbors. I hope that it all worked, but the first tranche of work we didn't solve all the flooding problems. The second tranche we didn't solve all the flooding problems. Finally, I'll say that Mr. Thier, you are a very lucky person to own a property on Gullick Road. It is a wonderful neighborhood, and we felt blessed to be able to live there among these people for that time. But it's a neighborhood, and people are neighbors with each other. And being neighbors means taking into account the effects of your actions upon those around you. Thank you.
You're welcome. Okay, Claudia?
I got Miss Dorothea Sear.
Zire. I'm Dorothea Zire. I live at 157 Poe Road.
Ms. Zire, do you swear or affirm any testimony you give this evening will be truthful?
I do.
Thank you.
I guess I got to clarify a couple of things. My property backs up to 92 Gullick. No one has asked me if I wanted to sell any part of my property. I do not have a fire pit on the back of my property. And I did give Sarah permission to come onto my property to take pictures. So I just want that all clarified because those were statements that were not spoken properly before. 92 Gullick owns land on both sides of the creek too. It's not just, the creek is not the line of the property.
It shows that on the survey.
And it has changed over the years. And the pictures that Sarah took of the trees that are down, those are trees on their property that have fallen onto my property. I guess my biggest concern is about the erosion and the flooding, and it's not just for 92 Gullick nor my property. It goes all the way down, and our creek flows into Harry's Creek, which flows into the lake. But it's any house that backs up to on Gullick and Poe that back up to the creek. It's going to be an issue. And I mean, planting trees, that's great. If the trees will also stay there, I don't know. I do hope that the zoning board, the engineers do take a look and just see exactly where this flood zone is. And again, I hope everything works out. Would love to have you as a backdoor neighbor, but I mean, I think we also have to take care of the environment here. That's
Thank
it.
you. Thank you. Claudia?
Mrs. Smith, Bertrand Smith.
Hi.
Could you give us your address, please?
Yes, 82 Gullick. My mother's Sarah Smith.
Oh, okay. And do you swear or affirm that any testimony you give this evening will be truthful?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
My name is Bertrand Smith. I'm a graduating engineering student this semester. As someone who's lived on 82 Gullick almost all of my life, I can assure that our new neighbors that it's a fantastic neighborhood to live in. As it stands, the planned construction on 92 Gullick would cause unnecessary stress to my community. The intended increase to impervious land coverage and the addition of a large basement below the water level will displace tremendous amounts of water into the brook on a daily basis. Consequently, the runoff water will sizably contribute to the erosion of the brook, directly impacting nearby properties and local ecosystems. In the past 5 years, a 100-foot tree from 92 Gullick has actually fallen onto our property because it was rotted by flooded soil. So not only will planting trees on the bank be insufficient to prevent erosion, but they won't even survive. That's all. Thank you.
You're welcome. Claudia? Claudia?
Any more hands? I
I'm
don't see
sorry?
any more hands.
Okay,
I don't
thank
see
you.
any more hands.
Okay. Hearing no one else from the public would like to speak, I'll close the public portion of the hearing. Mr. Di Pasquale, if you'd like to sum up, and then we'll go into executive session.
Mr. Cohen, Chairman
Yes.
Cohen, I got one more hand.
Okay, I'll open up the public portion of the hearing once again. And okay.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Yes, we can.
Mr.
Hi,
Chang, could you give
yeah.
us your address, please?
My address is 41 Gullick Road, Princeton.
All right, and do you swear or affirm any testimony you give this evening will be truthful?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Okay, first of all, I want to extend my warmest welcome to our new neighbors. Welcome to the neighborhood. We moved to Gullick Road about 3 years ago, and we bought a house from TJ. As he mentioned, there was some problem in the basement due to the flooding. TJ has done extensive work to fix those things. Yeah. Another thing I want to mention is the wildlife. So my kids were playing around the streets, and they sometimes access the stream as well. They were telling me there was a lot of trees down. Yeah, I guess my point, I will try to make it short. My point is that when the new neighbor bought this property with all the zoning, should have, when they think about, okay, I'm going to build a new house, they should have the zoning things, reading survey considered before purchasing the property. Having a much larger property does not necessarily fit into this Gullick, or unless, I mean, because I feel that it's really going to increase the pressure on the wildlife on the back stream. We see trees going down over years. In the past 3 years, I'm here. Sometimes the heavy rain hits, and yeah, the water's got nowhere to go but flooded on the road. If building such a larger property will add additional pressure to the draining system, I would say I'm deeply concerned. Yeah, that's my 2 points. Thank you.
You're welcome. Okay, Claudia, is there anyone else?
I see no more hands.
Okay, all right. I will close the public portion of the hearing. Mr. Di Pasquale, would you like to sum up?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Very briefly, I just want to bring this back to earth a little bit. What we're talking about here is not the house being too big. In fact, it wouldn't matter how big of a house we built or how small of a house we built. And as a matter of fact, the house we're building only has 314 more square feet of impervious. So we're only talking about, how much bigger is this house? There's a lot of talk about how much bigger this house is. It's less than 400 feet in impervious coverage larger. Overall, that's the plan. So we're not talking about building something that's completely out of character with respect to size as what was there before. What we're here to talk about is the lot size. We can't change it. The lot size is what it is. It's really just de minimisly undersized by about 1,000 square feet. It can't be changed. It doesn't matter what we build on the property. The flooding in the neighborhood is a general concern around the neighborhood. I think that our team has done a very good job of coming up with ways to help this. And we look forward to working with Princeton Engineering on our specific plan. And we're going to comply with Princeton Engineering and what they are looking for with respect to the ordinance so that the flood area is respected. And I think we meet all of the hardship criteria here. There's just not a way for this lot to be bigger to solve the 1,000 square foot issue. I don't think it's a reasonable request to try to acquire land across the other side of the creek and get a rezoning of the property for such a small amount of space that we're talking about here, given how slightly undersized this is. That concludes my remarks. Thank you.
Thank you. Do any of the board members have any questions for Mr. Pasquale or his consultants? Okay, all right. We'll go into executive session now and discuss it. I have a couple of concerns. One that was, is Mr. Purcell still here? Okay, I see you're muted. Okay.
I'm not muted now.
Oh, there you go. Okay, so no, the only, I heard someone say that the survey may have been out of date. I assume that's something you'll look at?
I certainly will.
Okay, and whose responsibility is it to remove trees and debris from the stream to keep it open and flowing?
The property owner has the right to do that under a permit by rule, as long as they're not using heavy equipment.
Okay. Does the municipality have any role in keeping the stream open?
Shady Brook is not property of the municipality. However, since I did notice on the survey plan that they've identified a stream cleaning easement, if that is a concern, I will have to research who actually has the rights given by that stream cleaning easement. I haven't, because I didn't know, because I've only seen this in the last.
I recognize you're
time. I don't know.
You're new to this, right?
It is possible that the municipality has the right to enter upon this property, all of these properties, to clean the stream. I just don't know because I don't know the clauses that might be in that easement.
Okay. Thank you. And the comment, that's all the comments I have for you, Mr. Purcell. And the only other comment I have is listening to the neighbors speak about high water table and the basement, the full basement. It's something that I think your client should think about. A basement, full basement in the water table might be a bigger issue. And actually, Mr. Purcell, that might be something that you might want to address with the applicant too at some point. Okay. All right. That's all I have. Board members, what do
I
you
had
say?
one question.
Go ahead.
So the last minute changes that came in to adjust the garage slightly, did any of those changes affect the final floor area ratio, or that's exactly the same as in the table that we have?
Eric or Jeff, can you comment on that?
No, it did not. I think I highlighted what did change. It may have changed.
Okay,
yet
so I
more.
just wanted to make sure the table that we're looking at is correct. It's the 20.2%. It is.
It may have changed a little bit, but it's still under the
It's
permitted.
still under the 20.95% floor area ratio.
Yeah, you made the garage smaller. That's going to have an effect on it.
Right. Okay.
All right. Thank you.
Okay. And one other question. The existing home, do the downspouts currently go to the storm sewer? And I assume they probably don't, but I don't know that.
No, I believe everything is discharging on grade, all of the downspouts.
Okay. And will the new home go to the storm sewer?
So some of the downspouts at the back of the new home will discharge on grade. The downspouts towards the front will tie into the rain guard.
Okay, got it.
Okay. All right. Any other comments, questions?
I'm uncomfortable with this. If I understand correctly, Mr. Chairman, the applicant did not need to get any kind of engineering approval prior to coming to us. But boy, I wish that they had. I would feel much more comfortable having, I guess, a clearer picture of what's going on with the flooding issues. Every single neighbor has come tonight and expressed concerns about this. I think we would be remiss if we did not pay attention to that.
And I don't think we are remiss because the engineer made it a point, and I mentioned that his review and approval is part of the basis, going to be part of the basis for our approval.
Well, then I guess that means that we're not in a position to make an approval right now.
Well, if they can't get approval on the engineering from our engineering department, they're not going to get a permission to build.
So is it just me, or does it appear as if the cart's kind of put before the horse here on this one?
Yeah, this reminds me of a case that we had a few years ago. And I could mention the street. I don't know if that's appropriate or not, but I don't quite understand why we would want to not hear more from the engineer and have the engineering department have a chance to take a look at it. It does seem like a bad idea to approve in advance. I think we need to see that.
We're approving on the basis of an undersized lot is what I understand all these are issues to be reviewed, but I think those are engineering issues that, have to comply. And we're only looking at the zoning.
Well, nonetheless, I would be very uncomfortable tonight approving this without knowing more about the engineer, about, all that we've been hearing about tonight. I'd like to be better informed about it. And it might inform the design of the house. And it sounds like that would be a good idea.
And it may, I understand, it may affect the design of the house. Mr. Purcell, would you have, if you had gotten the drawings earlier, would you have done a full engineering review prior to this meeting?
Yeah, I'm sure I would have, but I'm going to repeat what I said earlier. They're in front of you for a variance because of lot size. What they're doing from architecture and engineering has no bearing on that. In my opinion, I think maybe Karen should weigh in on the legalities of this, but I'm a little confused about all this discussion. The original application didn't have any of the engineering, any of the stormwater management, any of that. They did that in response to what they knew was going to be some concerns in the neighborhood, but that's not relevant to what they're in front of you.
No, I understand that. I mean, I understand that, but it's a concern that board members have brought up, and it will affect the design of the house. And this is, let's say a little trickier situation than the normal situations we deal with. So I respect that.
Mr.
If in
Purcell,
fact,
I just want to make a comment and respond to Mr. Purcell's concern. The zoning board for some time has asked applicants to provide some kind of architectural information about what is going to go on a property to help them assess the granting of the lot area variance. I know the board has made recommendations in the past that perhaps the ordinances should be re-examined with respect to the continuing need to get a variance when you have an undersized lot that you're unable to expand. But the ordinance says what it says right now, and the zoning board has asked applicants, and applicants have typically complied so that the board gets a sense of the building that's going on this lot because it needs a variance. You are correct that the style of the home and the size of the home, our ordinances do not address that for this board, so that the board has nevertheless tried to hear the neighbors' concerns, and the concern of the size of the house vis-a-vis stormwater drainage has been a continuing issue that has been raised with the board. The board has always made, wherever a property needs stormwater management, they've always tied their approval to review and approval by the municipal engineer to ensure that these concerns are being addressed. So it I think is simply a continuing situation for the board. And there have been instances where with review of the board, an applicant has agreed to make modifications to potentially reduce the size, or to in different ways try to address the concerns of the neighborhood. So in this case, we've seen a design for the home. We don't know if that can be built because it still needs a review from the engineering department to see if it can be approved. And I'm not sure if I'm hearing from the board members that they want to wait until they get that approval, because honestly, that's not how the board has handled these situations in the past. We haven't tied it. We've simply said it must get engineering approval. The stormwater management plan must be approved. Issues such as whether it has a basement or a slab, that's, yeah, essentially it's going beyond what this board can do. This review becomes technical, it's tied to standards, whatever standards the town has. And for the zoning board, it's simply beyond what their authority is. So tonight, the applicant told you we're taking away the variance. We don't need it anymore for the side garage. If they had continued to seek that, then perhaps there would have been stronger argument to say, well, now we need to really know, can you build this house? Because you're getting a variance now for a garage. Maybe you can't build it. Maybe you don't need this variance. But they have said they no longer want that. They are asking instead for a variance for the lot area, which is exceeding what is required by a relatively small number. So I think this is just going to continue to be an aspect of applications for the board that they want the neighbors to understand what's coming. As I've said, there have been instances where an applicant has said, I will make modifications. I'm willing to do it. We haven't heard that tonight, and I'm not sure where we would go with this if we hold it until engineering gets a chance to see fully engineered plans and either comes back and says, yeah, it can be built. It will be in compliance with our municipal ordinances. So I don't know if that response is helpful to the rest of the board, but I wanted to respond to Mr. Purcell's concern as to why the board has been asking for this information, and that's why.
Well,
I have a question. Would it be possible to approve contingent, well, with the condition that engineering approve it, including a stormwater solution? It may be implicit in our process anyway, but maybe make it explicit.
George, we've always said that. And in this case, the variance is going to be for the lot area, but because we've heard testimony tonight regarding what is proposed for the property, we have, it's been a condition for every property where a stormwater management system is required by municipal ordinance, and that's tied to the size of the house and the disturbance on the site. We have always made that a condition. It's really been a standard condition that the engineering department has to review and approve stormwater management plan for the site.
It's I guess, hang on one second, Michael, but it could be that we, again, in the process that, George, that you mentioned, the process would be, again, once we get it approved if we do approve it, it goes on to, once the drawings are prepared, it goes through the building review process. It goes to Derek just for compliance of the final drawings with zoning. It goes to the engineering department for their review and approval, and then it goes to the building department. So in a sense, us saying, I mean, I don't think it's a bad idea to again, at least reiterate our commitment to making sure this, from an engineering standpoint, works, that we put it in our approval if we choose to do that. But I think maybe going a little further and saying, if the other board members feel it's acceptable, if after the reviews by the engineer, there are material changes to the design that we'd want them to come back to us, because they're representing to us, this is what they want to build. And if after an engineering review that changes significantly, maybe they come back to us. Now, I recognize that they're only asking for a lot area variance. And so, Karen, I don't know if that's practical to make that a condition.
I mean, it's the continuing concern that a design change, meaning what? Bigger? If anything, the idea being it'll be smaller then. If they can't build this, then they have to reduce the size. They have to
Yeah.
reduce something if they can't build this.
No, but a
So-
material change to what they presented to us tonight. If, in the opinion of our zoning officer, if this application has changed significantly, then
Okay,
I don't know. I mean, I'm not sure because again, we're only talking about a lot area variance.
well, I mean, again, that is correct, but the board's practice for some time now has been that you want to have an understanding of what is going on the property.
Right.
Because you are giving it a variance. And that what is going on the property may affect your weighing of the variance. Because remember, each time you give a variance, whether it's a hardship or whether it's a C2 or whether it's a D variance, you're always weighing the positive and the negative of granting the variance.
Yes.
So some years ago, the board decided that it would be helpful to understand what is going on the site. And some applicants have provided schematics. Some have provided detailed architectural plans because they are, they've made a commitment. This is what they're going to build. This is what they want to build. So if the condition is, if there is, the problem with tying it quote to significant change is that what they're building, the size of the house, once a variance is granted, that size is allowed. And they've represented they'll comply with all the bulk standards. So it's problematic to say because it has to be a single family home. So I mean, it still has to be a single family home. So I think the question would be, how are you defining a significant change? Are you
Well,
saying?
I would allow the zoning officer to make that determination. If the
Okay.
design, no, again, I don't
Right.
want to say any change and I want to, for instance, if they decided to change the configuration, the shape, if they decided to make it significantly smaller, again, smaller, I don't mind. My major concern in this is the basement, because you're displacing, underground water in a sense. And so that's a concern. I think that's a very valid concern. So,
Mr. Bridger, how, from your perspective, what guidance would you need from the board for you to decide that there was a significant change, meaning a negative? I assume we're talking about a significant negative change.
yes.
Reducing the size, I'm assuming if the size is reduced, I assume it's because it's necessary in order to make sure that stormwater management can be done appropriately on the site. So from the zoning officer's perspective, what guidance would you need to figure out that it's negative?
Do you understand, Derek, my concern about a material change? Do you understand where I'm getting to here? We heard testimony, we saw a design, the neighbors commented on a design, and if that's all going to change based on some factors after the approval, do you think that is reason to come back to the board?
Well, my only concern is it's hard to quantify, and I think, we have this conversation ad infinitum. The code says if you have an undersized lot, you shall use this formula, which gives you a larger house than the regular FAR. I mean, and I've been to council to recommend that be changed, and it's still the same. So, I mean, it's a fully complying lot. I'm not going to testify for the applicant, but there's going to be more stormwater on the site now. There'll be more trees planted. So these are all things that have been done to ameliorate the concerns, and they're valid concerns of the flooding on the site, but I mean, you can't require a site plan on a single family house. We've
That's
been
correct.
done this
Okay.
discussion many times, and if council wants to give us clear guidance, they should do it on these lots, maybe reduce the FAR, but we are kind of bound by the laws on the books, and that's really what we have to do. We're judge and jury here,
Okay.
That's my.
Okay, so basically, we're going to rely at this point, if we, again, approve this, we're going to rely on our engineering department or our building department to make the determination if this is appropriate. From an engineering and construction sample, mostly engineering. And I'm fine with that.
Well, I have a question.
Excuse me one
Wait a minute,
second.
Michael wanted to say something, so.
Yeah, I know. I was going to say, Michael, can you,
I don't want to get ahead of that.
Michael, can you? give
Well,
us your-
I listened, I understand some people's concerns. I tend to agree with our attorney. I agree with Jim Purcell. I agree with Derek. I understand what my responsibilities are. I will be guided by that. We're doing lot area, undersized lot. We're following the code. The engineer will do his job according to his code, and if it's approved, it's approved. And I don't see it coming back if it's acceptable to the engineer. If we approve it and then it's acceptable to the engineer, that's no different than all our other applications where we can condition it, and we really don't have to condition it on the engineer. I mean, it's in the codes.
Right,
So
right. But
I
all-
don't have concern. I understand the concerns, but it's outside what I see as my sphere of responsibility. I will vote according to what my responsibilities are.
Okay, and that's valid. I mean, maybe my suggestion of having it come back is inappropriate. I think that's exactly right. We have a task before us, which is approving a house on an undersized lot. And if we follow that guideline, and then the rest of the approval process through the municipality is pretty much defined, i.e. building and engineering. So, okay. Eve, did you want to say something?
Yeah, I just, and I'm looking for some help in understanding this too, in a way. I'm just wondering if in this situation, we're saying, the presentation was that it's only 1,000 square feet. Do we, considering all the concerns, do we think of 1,000 square feet as not a big deal? Isn't?
No, I think of it as it's still under what the code's maximums, minimums are. It's not whether it's a concern or not. It's not whether it's, what does the code say? How you're supposed to judge it. That's how I view it, but you can view it different.
Eve, I think for the board, because I think everybody on the board is very thoughtful and they listen to the neighbors' concerns. But as Derek pointed out, we have on the books something called the proportional FAR ordinance. And as Derek explained, it says if you have an undersized lot, here's a formula. And under that formula, you can build a bigger house than you normally could if you looked at the lot size and said, well, that's the size of the lot. So, I mean, I guess I can only build a house of so many square feet. But this ordinance lets you build a larger house. So what is in your court is this lot, which was created before the zoning ordinances, is undersized. And we've talked many times in the past So what does that mean for the owner of the lot? It either means they can renovate the house that's there, and they don't need a variance. I mean, you know, they may if they exceed whatever nonconformities. Or if they don't like that house, what should they do? If they can't get a variance for the non-conforming lot area, then they can't tear the house down, and that's it. So although as a zoning board, yes, you have, you know, you weigh variances and decide what you do. You also have a set of ordinances that you need to respect. And this board, I think, many times has suggested that proportional FAR be eliminated or revised, because with it, with that ordinance on the books, it becomes very, very problematic to tell someone, I'm not going to give you the variance because I don't like the house. So I'm not giving it to you. End of story. Because really, when we drill it down, that's what we're saying. It's too big. And this issue has come up a lot of times. It's too big. It doesn't fit in. So you're not going to get a variance. In terms of the degree of variance, I mean, the board certainly in the past has considered the extent of a variance. Is it de minimis? Is it not much over the zone standard? In this case, it's undersized, but compared to 21,000, I'm looking at whatever it is versus 20, whatever it is, 1,000 square feet. That differential, is that a significant difference? Certainly the board has looked at the degrees of variance before. So if I said the setback has to be 15 feet, I'd like to make it 13 feet. All right, does that, what impact does that 2-foot difference have? Board might say it's not much. And other factors, taking account other factors. So here we're talking about the differential. They've presented testimony that the lots on either side, one is, I think, undersized, the other one is not undersized, but not big enough to give land. If it did, then one of those lots would now become non-conforming. So the one giving the land would become non-conforming. Then we talk about the lots in the back. You would raise that question before, Eve, that they are, what about those? And the answer was, well, they're in different zones and it's going to require some undertakings then, assuming any of those property owners wanted to sell land for a subdivision now and figure out what zones it in now. So it's.
Can I ask a different question?
Yep.
Does neighborhood character come into play at all in this?
Well, Stephen.
That's really.
Yeah, I mean, we have an ordinance on the books now called Neighborhood Character Ordinance. So, you know, that ordinance, I think, tried to approach the issue of neighborhood character with certain design features. I don't know how it plays in this situation, Derek. I'm assuming it doesn't really, right?
No, there's facade lengths, there's window placements, there's garage placement, which they comply with. There's the driveway setback, which they comply with. There's the driveway width, which they comply with. There's the driveway at the street, which they comply with. There's a stormwater management plan they've submitted. You know, the max stormwater on the lot is 36% and they're at 21.7%. I mean,
Okay.
Talked about the fact that
I just wanted to raise the question. I just wanted to raise the question.
No. I mean, what I'm saying is the question is what's the neighborhood? Is it the street? Is it 2 streets around it? Is it a few homes around it?
I still think to Steve's to Steve's question and Derek's answer, we have a code, they comply with the code
Correct.
relative to those neighborhood aspects.
Right.
So the short answer, they're complying with it.
Right.
I think the other thing is, if they didn't meet DEP requirements regarding the stream and the placement, DEP could say, no, you can't build it. It's not us. It's not for me to say no on those types of things.
I agree with Michael. I see lots of engineering issues to be worked out, but that's not us.
Well, and I agree with Michael also. I mean, I think the engineering is very important in this, and it's going to get an engineering review. The question I have, and again, to Michael's statement before, we're looking at a lot area variance here, and that's the extent of it. The fact that there may be another lot adjacent to it that they could get land from that is in a different zone, does that in a sense, maybe I'm not phrasing this correctly, but does that meet the test of trying to acquire additional land? The fact that it's in a different zone and it may require a consolidation or whatever, a rezoning of some sort, is that sufficient criteria? The fact that would need to happen for us to say, yes, you've met the intent, you've talked to the neighbors, you tried to acquire a piece of land and you couldn't.
But before I answer that question, the stream also, I understand it may not be a boundary of the property, but that stream then is between the subject property and the property behind it, correct?
Yeah, yes.
Okay. So on top of that, we also have a stream now cutting through the area as well.
Yeah, they may have to acquire a piece of land that technically they can't use.
Well, the whole purpose in asking applicants to demonstrate this is because it goes to the hardship. And that's what courts have said. That's a reasonable thing to ask, to say, is it dispositive? Does it mean they are cut and dry? No, but it means we ask applicants, could you explain that to us so that we understand? Do you really have a hardship, or is it just that you didn't want to try and acquire any land from your neighbor? You don't want to. Now, what we've heard is that the properties around it are built out, meaning they are all residential properties. They're not vacant. They have homes on them already. So
I think one was not, though, if I understood it correctly.
all right, is that correct? Can somebody answer that? Is one of them not built on at all?
No. I mean, that it was not, that it was larger.
There was one that I think they mentioned.
Yeah.
They mentioned that they could acquire 800, it had an 800 square foot excess, which would still be short of what they need.
So those
I
are the
think-
lots that are on the sides of the property. And then the question was, the lots in the rear are in a different zone.
On a different zone, yeah.
So the way I'd answer that is simply to say, all of this is all of this is one piece that you need to consider. So the applicant has said, look, from our perspective, this is an undertaking to have a rezoning and a subdivision, and it's 1,000 square feet. So their argument to you is, this is not a significant deviation. And that, could you tell them, no, I don't think you've made a significant effort? Yes. I'm not saying that you're exceeding your authority by saying that, but it's a question of weighing this and saying that 1,000 square feet, it's true that but for that, they would simply submit their application, it would be reviewed, and that's it. So it's that 1,000 square feet differential that requires them to come to you. But the ability to subdivide it and rezone it, and I don't know what role having the stream crossing the middle of it would play. I seem to recall an earlier case where the board took that into account too and said, yeah, that's a problem too, that you've got a stream in the middle of land that possibly you could try and acquire. So we also don't know, whether these neighbors want to sell any land anyway.
Yeah.
Because based on these facts, the applicant determined that it was, I don't want to paraphrase for them, but I would say they feel it's not reasonable to do all that. So they did not contact the neighbors and say, are you willing to sell some land? Yeah.
In a practical sense, though, even if they were to buy land behind, it's not, and they built the same house, it's still going to look the same on the property. It's not going to address anyone's concern about how big the house looks. Right. And it's really not going to change the stormwater issues. So it's really just doing a lot of paperwork and a lot of expense for really no gain is my.
And it's separated by the stream, so they won't even have access to it.
Yeah, that's an impractical notion, right. Really.
Yeah. Okay.
So make a motion, Jim.
Well, I mean, I think Michael's point, a lot of the points are, in this situation, we've come up against it many times that there's times when our hands are not necessarily tied, but we have to follow the ordinances that we're given, and that's our role on the zoning board. Mm-hmm. We may want to have other powers or other jurisdictions, but we don't. So we really have to just make our case of whether we feel it's worthwhile granting this ordinance for 1,000 square feet. And I, for one, think that there are some mitigation. The engineering is an issue that is causing me pause, but we don't have a remedy for that, really. So I think I would vote to approve it.
So are you making a motion?
I am making a motion because it's 10:11 and we have other accounts to do.
So you're making a motion, okay.
Yeah, I'm making a motion.
Okay.
Stein, I will second. I just like to make this comment.
No, you can't, George, tonight because we have a full board. Yeah, sorry.
I'll second.
Harlan.
I'll second. Harlan. 10 and done.
Who was seconding that?
Harlan.
Harlan, okay. All right. Do we want to discuss this at all anymore before we act on it? I think Michael's point is very well taken. That we're looking at a lot area variance and we have to satisfy ourselves that they've demonstrated that they've done what they could to mitigate that. I think we've discussed the engineering and we're going to rely, which is very valid, on our engineering department to look at that. And I have no question that they're going to do a very good and thorough job. So I'm sorry. So any other comments, or do we want to vote?
I would just hope that the applicant will take to heart what the neighbors have said, because I think that they speak for what is the reality of that area. And I think it's not self-centered on their part. I think anybody who lives in that area needs to take to heart what their experience has been.
Okay.
I think one more comment from me.
Sure.
And I do think trying to get land, I realize that they didn't approach the neighbors, but you got the situation in the back with the stream, and it sounded like it might be the west neighbor. That whole lot line is 166 feet what would you do? You take a strip, try to get a strip of like 2 feet wide all the way back. I think that is a little bit of a hardship, or sort of out of, I can go with the applicant on that. It's just the little bit they need. So that's why I'm getting past that part. Just so.
And I agree with you on that. I think that makes sense. And as I said before, and even if they did acquire it, they can't use it for anything.
Okay. So I'm ready.
I have to vote for it, obviously, but I am very concerned about the water. And I'm very concerned about the idea of planting trees back along a stream. I don't think they're ever going to take hold. And I hope the applicant really, really, really takes a hard look at the water management.
Well, I think that, yeah, that's certainly an issue. I mean, I think Jim's on, Jim Purcell's on the case. I think that looking at other ways of dealing with the lot, maybe there could be some creative grading, some swales you could do. Certainly planting trees that are more able to handle the water, so you're planting river birches versus, I don't recall what they were going to plant there, but something that's going to be able to take wet feet and not fall down or rot right away. So more applicable, sustainable plantings that can handle the type of high water table and long-term saturation. I think there's some things that could be done there. I guess that's a challenge for the engineering department and the engineer of the applicant.
Vice Chair Schreiber, if I may, I'd like to propose we would be amenable to a condition of approval saying specifically about the trees. We'll work with the arborist and the engineer to come up with the best solution for plantings in the back, if that gives you comfort.
Okay, that would be part of the engineering approval, I would think, because they are stating it's going to help stabilize the stream edge.
Yeah, so if it helps give comfort just to specifically enumerate it, I was just offering that.
Okay.
I'll just offer that every single family home and 2-family home that comes in front of us, the landscape.
Can you say that again, please? I didn't hear that.
I'll just add that every application that comes in front of us that is as of right, that requires an engineering review, we review the trees, the tree plantings, and we work with the arborist to make sure that they're appropriate. So
good.
We will do that on this project.
Excellent. Good. Okay. All right, are we ready to vote? Any other comments? Okay, Claudia?
Olson,
Yes.
Jen,
Yes.
Mr. Davich,
Yes.
Mr. Floyd,
Yes.
Mr. Shriver,
Yes.
Mr. Tannenbaum,
Yes.
Chairman Cohen.
Yes.
Thank you. It's approved.
Thank you. Good luck. Jim, thank
you very
for-
much.
Thank you for your comments.
Thank you.
And Michael also. All right, I need 1 minute, 2 minutes till we start the next case, if that's okay. So just, is that all right? We'll just,
Yes.
okay, just 2 minutes, please. Thank you.
Claudia, while we are taking a break, I see the court reporter is in attendees. Can you move her?
Yes,
That's
Lisa, okay.
I'm sorry, did you ask me something, Claudia? I couldn't hear you.
I was just trying to confirm the name.
Oh,
See that
Lisa Brad,
it is-
it's
yeah.
Lisa Bradley.
Yes.
Okay, there she is.
Hi, Lisa, can you hear us?
Yes, I can, and I have to apologize for being late. I have to say it just slipped my mind what time it was as I was cooking dinner. I'm so sorry, but I
That's
can't.
okay. Lisa, do you know what time you joined? This is just a matter of
Yes.
billing and stuff.
Yes, I joined at 8:30 rather than 7.
Thank you very much.
Okay, I'm back.
Okay.
Sorry for the delay.
You weren't kidding when you said a minute. That was 32
But-
seconds.
I'm nothing but efficient. All All right, so we'll wait. I think we're missing Bernice.
Jim.
and Jim, yeah.
Donna.
Yeah.
Okay, peckish.
Oh, we got Jim back. And we have Stephen back. Okay. We're waiting for Bernice, and then I think we can continue. Donna's not back yet.
Ooh.
While we're waiting, Steve, on the last one, I'm going to have to recuse myself.
Okay. All right. Okay.
I have one comment. I don't know if it's probably not permissible, but when I met, we don't deal with the architecture of a house, but I think that if they had considered making the back of the house look nice with the standing seam roof that was on a lower slope, make changes to the house and make the front of the house have a lower slope roof, it would make the house look less massive and maybe that make the neighbors a little bit happier. But
we don't have a, and I agree with you.
I know we don't, but it would make the house look more modern, and I think it would look less large.
You know, I think it's, quite frankly, I think it's appropriate to say it. If you have a suggestion of an applicant, feel free to say it. I mean,
Okay.
again, we qualified on this doesn't affect our approval, but it's just a consideration you might want to think about.
Yeah, I thought about saying that because that's why I was asking about the roof to begin with, because I thought it looked awkward to begin with, but it would make the house look smaller and better.
Okay, Donna's back and Bernice is back. All right, let's go on to the next application, which is 19 Marion Road East, lot 4703, lot 42 in the R5 zone. Karen, is the paperwork in order?
It is. The noticing is correct and the board has jurisdiction tonight.
Thank you. Derek, can you summarize your memo, please?
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Michael Geekin and Sheila Morris here are the owners and applicants of 19 Marion Road. They're seeking a variance to permit construction of a new home in exception to the required lot area. They had requested a bulk variance for the front entry garage, but as you'll see when the applicant presents the case, that variance has been removed and the garage will comply. Subject properties in the R5 zone in the former Princeton Township, and it's not far from the one we just heard. The required lot area is 21,780 square feet, and the existing lot is 20,000 square feet. The applicant's proposing to demolish the majority of the existing house and construct a new one-story plus or minus 3,300 square foot single-family home. The plans reflect an FAR of 1680. However, it appears some of the grade may call it 2 stories. However, it still complies with FAR, even if it is 2 stories. The applicant can speak to that when they make their presentation. Home will feature a finished basement with a bedroom, a study, a den, a full bath. The upper floor will contain 2 bedrooms, a kitchen, dining room, living room, and a 1-car garage. And they're seeking a lot area variance. The requirement again is 21,780. The existing is 20,000, and they are requesting a C1 consideration. They had a request for a garage setback. Requirement was 16 feet from the nearest portion of the front facade, and the proposal was 0, but I think you'll see in their presentation that they have amended the application to eliminate that. If you have any questions, I'd be glad to address them.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Di Pasquale, are you the attorney on this?
I am. I'm sorry to say it's a very similar application in a similar neighborhood with similar circumstances.
Okay.
I just want to point out from Derek's summary, and it's easy to get the last application and this application switched up. But in this application, the garage variance is an existing condition that we're not changing. The garage, there's no garage setback from the front. And I will share my screen right now to bring up the plan. In a moment, I'll share my screen to bring up the plan to show everyone. So again, we have really a de minimisly undersized lot. We have a scenario where it's impractical for us to find space on all the adjacent lots. All the adjacent lots are developed. There's already a home on this site. This is not a complete tear down and rebuild, however. This is more accurately characterized as a remodel. And the purpose of the remodel is to make the home more accessible and usable for a longtime Princeton couple as they enter their twilight best years of their life. We'll go through those changes and show you why that is and how the property is changing. But the reason we're before you is because this remodel is just over the 50% threshold of remodel for the property. So under the ordinance, due to the undersized lot and due to the slightly over 50% remodel, we have to come to the board to seek a hardship relief because the existing lot that some of the houses, frankly, remaining on is slightly undersized. So that's the framing for this. We have the same team of professionals. I don't know if they need to be sworn in again. I presume they don't need to be qualified again.
I don't think so. Do they, Karen?
No, gentlemen, you are continue to be under oath. You are already sworn in this evening.
Understood. Okay.
Okay, very good. So what we'll do is we will start off with the owner, Sheila Morrissey. Sheila, are you on here? She might need to raise her hand and get brought in.
One thing though,
And she should be sworn in.
Since you said you had updated drawings to show us, maybe you could do that in the earlier part of the presentation so we can all see what.
Sure, I'll share my screen now. Give me one moment.
See, Pasquale, are these different than the plans you previously provided?
Janet?
These are the plans that were provided to Claudia last week.
Okay, so they haven't changed.
What is yellow has changed since the original submission.
Okay.
And really these changes are, I would say they're not specifically relevant to the relief that we're seeking. These changes are intended to reduce FAR because we want to keep this classified as a one-story home. We don't want to be deemed to be having a two-story home. So some of these changes adjust grade, adjust windows, adjust some descriptions of certain rooms because we want to keep this as a one-story home. Sheila, are you on? I think we need to get you sworn in.
Yes, Mike and I are both here.
Right. Oh, and Mike, okay. Right. So Sheila Morrissey and Michael Gickan are the owners and occupants of this property.
All right, if you would,
Karen, do you swear them in?
I will. If you would both raise your right
Okay.
hand, do you swear or affirm that your testimony this evening will be truthful?
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you.
So Sheila and Michael, if you would just give a brief summary of the application here and the purpose behind the project that we're going to be looking at.
Sure. Thank you to all here who are putting in a long night with us. Mike and I have lived here on Marion Road in Princeton for nearly 33 years. Our 3 children grew up here. For our grandchildren, this house is their other house. We treasure the wonderful friends and neighbors with whom we've shared so much of our lives. But we've reached our 70s. I'm 70, Mike's 72. And we realized with our experience taking care of our own parents and aunts and uncles, we're going to have to take some thought for practical measures so that this can continue to be our home and our neighborhood. So beyond the expected repairs for the now aging fabric of the house, which is almost as old as we are, there are many necessary changes required to adapt a house that was great for raising 3 children into a house that's equipped for 2 people to age in place. So we reached out to our neighbor, Joe Angelone, and asked him to help us to design and plan and build those changes. And what we were looking for, what we're trying to build is a solution that really just maintains the essential scale and footprint of our existing fairly small house. It's an 1,170 square foot ranch house with a basement. it would fit, that would fit attractively and suitably in our neighborhood. And most importantly, would enable us while living in a more accessible and senior-friendly, energy efficient and sustainable home as long as possible to continue to enjoy our relationships with our wonderful neighbors and in the town that is our home.
As we researched our options, it became clear to us that remaining in Princeton and living affordably in a home equipped for those in our age group is not simple or straightforward. We believe that the design created by our team, if approved, will enable us to do that. And we know that there are many people in Princeton who are facing a similar challenge, staying in this community while not being priced out by a combination of high housing costs and property tax burdens. We hope that the lessons we've learned will inform further discussion of this challenge. And we believe that the solution presented today by our team might be helpful to others in a similar situation. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Sheila and Mike. And if there's no questions for the owners, I'd like to go to the architect, who is the same architect from the last project, Jeff Fleischer. Jeff,
Okay.
Are you live with us?
Yes, I'm here. Hi.
Okay, great. Could you do and I have it up, so if you want me to scroll, let me know, just a high level review of the structure we're proposing here and talk a little bit about what, how it's a remodel and not a tear down rebuild.
Right. So the intention here, like my clients mentioned, this is an age in place home. So we tried to make it as accessible as possible and keeping the square footage down. Actually, in total, this house is only about 13 square feet larger than the existing home when you factor in the garage and the front porch. We're going to maintain the configuration of the existing garage, and that's why we're asking for relief from the design guidelines for the 16-foot setback for the garage, which would push the garage back substantially and create issues with entry into the house. Currently, there's no connection between the garage and the house. You have to come out of the garage outside to get into the house. So it's intended that they'll be able to pull into the garage and enter through a stairway that leads either down to the basement or up to the main house. It's a 2-bedroom house, 2 full bathrooms. One of the changes or revisions we made from the previous application or previous drawings, we removed any bedroom from the basement and just tried to clarify the fact that the basement will fall within the town's definition of a basement by the way of not being more than the first floor plane, not being more than 4 feet above grade on average around the house. It's a modern design compared to what was there previously. We have flat roof design, and actually this house is about 1 foot shorter than the existing house. That's really about it. Typical materials, wood, stucco. They are adding a back deck. But the house is going to sit pretty much where, well, it's going to sit where it sat before with some slight bump outs.
Okay. Anything else, Jeff?
No, I think that's about it.
Mr. DePasquale, do you want to make this an exhibit?
Yes, please.
Okay.
A1.
All right, great.
Are there any questions for the architect on this structure here?
So I just have one little question. You still have you eliminated the bedrooms in the basement, or you still have them? You just changed the relationship of the grade to the basement?
No, I just clarified the grade to the basement. I didn't have those dimensions on there prior.
Okay.
And the room that I was calling a bedroom in the basement did have an egress window, which I eliminated, so it wouldn't be able to be called a bedroom.
Wouldn't be called a bedroom. Okay. All right. And you've taken out the egress? Yeah, I think you've taken out the egress windows now. I see
Yes.
in your new plan. Okay. All right, thank you.
Yeah, so I was looking at that same thing. And so by taking out the egress windows, it's not called a bedroom. And so what is it? Does that save on taxes, or is that, what was the reason for that?
Well,
Yeah, Mr. Davish, we don't want this to be assessed as a two-story
Right.
As a two-story structure moving forward. As part of the overall, this is not affordable housing, but this is sort of an affordability longevity project.
Sure.
So we're trying to keep the carry costs down. Really,
I understand. Yeah, that was the reason why I did it. That was the primary.
Yeah.
Okay, I got you. Okay, thank you.
Okay. Next, we do have our engineer here, and if anyone has questions for our engineer, he is ready to answer them, but I don't think that engineering testimony is necessary given how straightforward this is. So we're going to go to our planner, Jim Kyle. Jim, are you live with us?
I am. Hello again.
Hello.
Thank you.
Mr.
Kyle, could you go over
I'll just jump right in, John. Sure. So
Yeah.
similar to the last application, this is an undersized lot case. I've reviewed all the application materials, been to the site, reviewed the ordinance and master plan, as well as Mr. Bridger's memo. This is known as Block 4703, Lot 42. It's 19 Marion Road East. It's located in the former township in the R5 district. The only existing non-conforming condition for this lot is related to the minimum lot area. So 21,780 is required. We have 20,000 square feet. In addition, we are seeking a variance from the neighborhood character standards, and that is related to the garage offset. Any front-loaded garage is supposed to be offset 16 feet from the front face of the building, and we're maintaining the existing condition at 0. So just to jump right in, and similarly to the last application, this lot does otherwise comply with all the other dimensional requirements, so lot width, depth, and frontage. We also comply with all the required setbacks, setback to height ratios, floor area ratio, and maximum impervious coverage. 36% is permitted, and we're at 18.11. So in terms of the lot area variance, I think this qualifies as a C1 hardship where compliance would create a practical difficulty. This existing house was built in 1956. As we talked about previously, the entire subdivision was fully constructed about 14 years before the first zoning ordinance. All the lots that surround this are fully developed. So when we look at lot 43, which is to the north, this is an undersized lot. According to the tax records, it's 20,037 square feet. And lot 41 immediately to the south is also undersized at 21,562. The lot to the rear, which fronts on the other roadway, is in the same zoning district. It's an R5. It is oversized for the district. But there are some physical improvements at the rear of that lot. There's that owner has constructed a patio and fire pit in the back corner, which would essentially be, in the area that any acquisition would have to occur. So from a practical perspective, improvements would have to be removed, and that would impact that adjacent lot. So we didn't think it was prudent to approach them and discuss that in the context of having to remove all the existing improvements that they had in order to acquire additional land. So we're about 1,780 square feet short of the minimum required, and that's about 8% of the lot area. So I think that it's clear that a hardship exists in acquiring additional property to remedy that lot size situation. In terms of any impact to surrounding properties, most of the lots that are on this street are undersized. There are a few exceptions, but for the most part, everything is just under that half acre that's required for the R5. So really this proposal and continuing that undersized lot is generally consistent with most of the conditions that we see in the rest of the neighborhood and in the R5 district. So it's not going to create anything that's out of character with the existing lots in the neighborhood. So I think for those reasons, there wouldn't be any substantial impact to adjacent properties from allowing that lot size to continue. And again, in terms of the intent and purpose of the zone plan, no specific rationale offered for why that particular standard was put in place, but generally to control population density and consider environmental constraints. I think given the nature of the surrounding lots that we have, most of which are undersized, the fact that this neighborhood's been there for 70 years, I think continuation of that undersized lot is not going to have any substantial detriment to the intent, or rather impairment to the intent and purpose of that minimum lot size standard. Again, we're about 8% less than required, about 1,780 square feet. Now, in terms of the garage setback, I think this also qualifies as a C1 in that compliance would create a practical difficulty. So we're largely respecting the existing footprint of the dwelling, and they wish to maintain that footprint. So we do have some additions, as Mr. Fleischer said, some bump outs on the front just to increase the space for some flexibility on the accessibility requirements. And really, when you compare the depth of the dwelling, so it's about 26 feet from front to back. If you were to try to offset that garage 16 feet, it would really create some practical difficulties, as Mr. Fleischer said, not only with access to the internal portions of the structure, but it would also create this kind of odd bump out where the garage would be significantly behind the rear wall of the structure. And in my opinion, if you look here, there's also a visual benefit because it would create some inconsistency in the appearance. Again, we're trying to maintain the size and scale of the existing house. So on a C2 analysis, I think there's also a purpose I argument here, beneficial visual impact, or rather, not a negative visual impact, and it's going to maintain the consistency of the existing structure, and it would create some odd jogs in the structure if we were to try to comply with this 16-foot requirement. And again, this is an existing condition that we have here today, where that single-car garage is in line with the face of the building. As far as any impact to surrounding properties, I did drive through the neighborhood today and looked at the character. It's essentially a mix of garage conditions. So you have a few homes that don't have any garage. You have many that are front loaded, and then you have some that have motor courts where they're in front of the house and then they're side loaded. So there's not really one dominant characteristic of garage conditions here. It's kind of a good mix. So I think continuing the garage without the offset is not inconsistent with the garage conditions that we see in the neighborhood. So it shouldn't have any negative impact on any of the adjacent properties. As far as the intent and purpose of those standards, the neighborhood standards do not have a purpose statement. There is brief mention of it in the 2017 re-exam. The report notes that there was a neighborhood study underway, and as we all know, these standards were adopted late in 2018. The re-exam does note a neighborhood study has been completed, which provides a blueprint for zoning fixes to address and protect neighborhood character. So I think based on that statement, it's reasonable to assume that the standards were implemented simply to protect neighborhood character. So I think if you go and look at the character of the garages in the area, and as I noted, it's mixed and there's no dominant trait with respect to garages, I think based on that, the variance shouldn't substantially impair the intent of the neighborhood standards. And again, we're essentially replacing a condition that exists today. Mr. Chairman, that's all I had in the way of direct. I'm happy to answer any questions the board may have.
Thank you. Well, I do have one question for you. You said that you, the applicant, made the determination that the improvements on the adjacent lot would preclude the owners of that lot from selling you additional land. Did you ask them, or you're making that assumption that their improvements would mean that they wouldn't want to sell it?
We made the assumption.
Okay.
Because that patio and fire pit is kind of tucked right against the rear property line.
No, I understand that. It's just that, again, you didn't ask.
That is correct.
Okay. And I think that's, in my opinion, that's important because we're sort of taking this acquisition of additional land and sort of, minimizing the importance of getting that. And in this case, it truly would be, I'm not saying the applicant or the adjacent owner, would want to sell it, but you didn't ask. And so I think that's unlike the last application where it had a different circumstance to it. All right, I just wanted to know that. And I do have a Okay, that's all I have for you, Mr. Kyle. Thank you.
Sure.
Were there any other questions for Mr. Kyle? Mr. Kyle, to that point, there is an existing right-of-way in the back of the lot, correct?
There is, you know what, I'm glad you brought that up, John. I forgot about that.
This is responsive to the chairman's question.
Yeah,
regarding
and I apologize. I was remiss in not advising the board of that. So if you look at Mr. Fleischer's drawings, he notes there is a 40-foot, it's interesting, it's classified as a 40-foot service drive that runs along the rear of these properties. I don't know what the intent was. There was some discussion amongst our team that it could have been related to a sewer installation in the past. But that the rear of the lot is actually encumbered by a 40-foot service drive, and it's per, I don't know what per FM is, but maybe Jeff or Eric could opine on what that is. But there is a service drive easement. File map. Okay, thank you. So there is a little bit of an odd situation where we have that 40-foot service drive easement that runs along the rear of the property.
But it didn't prevent the adjacent property owners from building this fire pit and everything in that area. Is that right?
Well, Mr. Chairman, we don't know what approvals they've gotten for, you know.
No, I mean, I'm just trying to get an idea. I'm just trying to get an idea, you know, what limitations, if any, are on the use of that land. But that's irrelevant to my question. Okay, I'm sorry. Go ahead. Continue, please.
I don't think we had anything else on, Mr. Kyle, did you have anything else on that point?
I did not.
Okay.
I have, okay, I'm sorry, Mr. DePasquale, please continue.
Oh, no, I was asking if I was going to wrap this up and provide concluding remarks. I didn't know if you had any other questions.
I have a question of the architect again. Can he come on and show me again the plan of the proposed basement?
It should be on the second sheet.
Second sheet down.
Yep.
Okay. The two big, you eliminated the egress windows on the drawing on the right side. The big area well that's in the back has got what, those are windows, or is that a sliding glass?
Yes, they are windows. Mhm.
Say it again, please.
They're high windows, but they're not egress size windows.
But they're high windows, and on the left-hand side where you have a study, is that the same situation?
That's the same, yes.
So the only thing you've done is eliminated, leave it there, please. The only thing you've done is eliminated the egress windows, although on the left-hand side, you still maintain an egress window there?
No, those are high windows. They're all the same.
They're all high windows, okay.
Yeah, they're all high windows.
But, you know, don't take this the wrong way. There's, other than the fact you've eliminated the egress windows on the right-hand side and adjusted the grade, and you still, those could still be used as bedrooms. So I understand what you're trying to do from a practical standpoint. It's the same situation, but I believe technically you've satisfied the base aspect of that space. So just a statement. Okay, that's all I had.
Okay, thank you very much. Look, in conclusion, this is a similar application to the prior, but it's slightly different. The purpose of this is to create an affordable and a livable home in Princeton that's consistent really in size and really respects the existing structure as much as reasonably possible. That's the goal here. We're not trying to build it out. We're not trying to take a large bite of the apple. With respect to obtaining properties from adjacent owners, it's for the amount of space that we're seeking, it's a little, and given the purpose of this is really to keep affordability in check in the long term and in the short term, it's a little unreasonable for us to acquire adjacent property that's unusable and functionally doesn't change. Functionally doesn't change the usable area of the lot. So it will be on the other side of this easement. We would have to go through subdivision process, and for that reason, given this small scale of this, we would request that the board consider it unnecessary for this project. It would probably kill the project if we had. I haven't specifically. I'm not going to say that as a finality matter, but it would likely kill the project if we had to start acquiring other land to do this. The existing garage, moving it back, one of the problems with moving it back, and I think that Mr. Kyle testified to this, is that accessibility is important. The existing garage does not provide access into the building. We want to respect the building as much as possible, but moving the garage back, one, requires reconstruction, which we're trying to minimize, but also then creates a strange access inside, which is what we're trying to create through these plans. I think that the hardship here is similar to the last application. We're looking at a lot that's very, very slightly undersized. If we were not remodeling just over 50% of the existing structure, we would not have to come before this board. And we worked hard. We tried to figure out how we could remodel less than 50% of the structure so that we could simply apply for a permit without having to get variance relief. And we just could not get to a point where it made sense to do that. So again, it's not a tear down and rebuild. It's in part a remodel of an existing structure. The goal is affordability and livability so that this couple can remain in Princeton for years to come without being forced out due to increased costs and increased prices. And we hope the board keeps that in mind. Thank you.
Is that it?
That's it.
Okay. Do any of the board members have any question for Mr. DePasquale or any of his consultants?
Yeah, I have a question, Steve.
Sure.
Just so I understand. So it appears you're keeping most of the exterior walls. I can't tell what's going and what's staying. So I want to make sure, especially in the garage area.
Only the garage would remain. The rest of the walls would be new.
The rest of the walls are new.
Yes.
Okay. And the interior walls, are they all new? Are you keeping
Yes,
some?
No, the interior will be new.
So, okay. So you can place the garage wherever you want it to place it. Okay.
Well, yes, but we were trying to save it in its place for the reasons we gave previously.
Okay, understood.
Mr. Flood, I think the point Jeff's probably trying to make is, we could physically almost anything is possible. We're just trying to stay within the bounds of what exists. The structure is not a substantial deviation in location or size from where it is. The garage doesn't seem to make a lot of sense moving it back, given that the purpose is to, when they pull in their house, that they can go directly inside. We're just trying to keep it where it is and respect where it is. But your point is taken.
Yeah. Okay. I'm just stuck, just like the previous application. I like to look at what the code is. And you're asking a variance from a code that I got to be convinced it's a hardship not to move it, especially with all the walls coming down and the freedom to configure the interior as you want. That's all.
All right. Any other questions from the board?
I just wanted to raise just one note in responsive to Mr. Floyd is a substantial reason that a lot of the interior walls are coming down is old age and that they're damaged. There has been flooding, there's been water. This is in a similar neighborhood to the prior application, so flooding is a problem. A lot of the walls are damaged, so it's not necessarily replacing it because this is a fun thing to do. It needs replacement. It's run its useful life.
Okay. I guess one other question, I was more curious about it. You've referred to this as a remodel just over 50%. Now I'm starting to wonder how much over 50% of all the walls are coming down, exterior and interior.
Yeah, I would say if you wanted to quantify it, we would be knocking down 2/3.
Okay, that's not quite just over 50%. Okay, thanks. I truly wondered what just over 50%, to me, that's 53, 52. Thank you.
Okay, any other questions from the board? Okay. I have several questions, but I'll wait till we get through with the public comment and we go into executive session. Okay, hearing no other questions from the board, Mr. DePasquale, you've summed up already?
Yes.
Okay, so I'd like to open the public portion of the hearing. Claudia, are there any members of the public who want to speak on this application?
There are no hands.
Okay, that's encouraging. Okay. Okay, so I'll close the public portion of the hearing. And again, once again, Mr. DePasquale, I'll give you the opportunity to say something before.
I'm sorry, there is a hand now. Hold on one second.
Oops. Okay,
Sorry.
I'll open the public portion again.
Can you end the screen sharing? Thank you.
Yep, I just did. Yeah.
Okay. Who will be speaking?
Hi, my name is Rich Khan.
Okay.
Hey, Rich, how are you? Could you give
Good.
us your address, please?
Sure, I'm 35 Marion Road East, two
All
doors
right.
down from Sheila and
And
Mike.
do you swear or affirm that any testimony you give this evening will be truthful?
I do.
Thank you.
So being neighbors with Sheila and Mike for more than 20 years, they've been terrific. And actually, when we received the notice that the house was coming up for a variance, we were actually concerned about what would be built here. And I was actually quite pleased to see the presentation, that was submitted. I think they've done a really good job at trying to maintain what they have today. I think that it is a tremendous problem we have of being able to stay in Princeton as we get older. And I actually think that this is going to benefit our block. In reference to the 16-foot setback of the garage, looking at the street character, I actually think that it would look awkward to set that garage back 16 feet, considering the character of the house as it is today. It's all in one plane. It's a one-story home today. And the proposed actually seems to fit more with what's there today than if they were to set it back 16 feet. So I actually applaud them for what they've done. And I'm thrilled that they're going to stay on our block. So.
Good. Good. Okay,
I have no maps, no pictures, no trees coming down. I'm done.
Okay, thank you. Claudia, is there anyone else who would like to speak?
No more hands.
Okay, I'll close the public portion again. Mr. DePasquale, you want to sum up before we go into executive session?
I don't have anything additional to add, except that I appreciate Mr. Khan's comments, and I would just like to underscore that this is really a matter of affordability and livability for Mike and Sheila moving forward. They would like to stay in Princeton. If this project doesn't come through, then they have different decisions to make. I think it's a true hardship.
Okay, thank you. All right, let's go into executive session. Comments, questions? I have two questions. One, again, is this whole idea of acquiring additional land. I understand it's a minimal amount of land and it could be an issue, but they didn't ask. So how do we satisfy the test of acquiring additional land if the applicant makes a decision on their own that it would be a problem to ask? And then that's sort of that's anybody can make that argument. You know, I thought that the neighbor had trees on their property and hate to give that little piece of land up. You know, I'm not saying if they may not even have wanted to sell it, but they didn't ask. And that puts, you know, the whole question of acquiring additional land, it just minimizes that whole situation, my opinion. The other opinion is, and a statement that was made that, and again, this is not our decision, but eliminating the egress windows in the basement and having the windows in those two rooms doesn't preclude them from using them as bedrooms. And so you'd be taking the house down to a 2-bedroom house. And from a practical standpoint, and I don't know this for a fact, but the tax people may look at that and say, you have 2 rooms down there with windows and a full bathroom and in a sense, a big recreation room. You know, you may use those as bedrooms. So to try to say, you know, this is a single-story house now with 2 bedrooms, and for tax purposes, may be a questionable argument. I don't know how the assessor would look at it, but it's a distinction that I think, I don't know if you can rely on that as a criteria for tax savings. So those are my 2 questions. The more critical one is, again, I'd like to hear other board members and Karen even chime in on this ability to acquire additional land.
May I make a comment?
Please.
Could one approve this contingent on getting yay or nay on acquiring land from the neighbors?
I think at that point, I mean, I don't know if I'd want to do that. I mean, it's what would be I don't care if they acquire the additional land. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is they didn't try to acquire the additional land. They didn't ask. They said the neighbors have an improvement there. They probably wouldn't want to sell it.
No, I agree. I agree. What I'm saying is, all right, after the fact, could we ask them to go back and ask? So at least it's in the record that it was asked.
I guess. I don't
I know, but I mean, well, I think there's 2 ways to look at it. And I guess one of the questions would be the extent to which that rear lot is oversized. I don't know if you heard testimony about that. One way to look at it is that it is developed as a residential property. So this is somebody's backyard, and the land has to come from that person's backyard. And I think Mr. Kyle indicated that, in fact, it's not vacant there in the backyard. They actually have some improvements. So you could view this as saying, well, we've heard testimony that it's a fully developed residential property. And that's sufficient for us, that we are not going to make the applicant ask them, particularly when apparently there are improvements in that area also. So it's not just that it was a vacant backyard, but that you see there are improvements. So that's one way to look at it. The other approach, if it is concern to the board, I suppose we can carry this and ask the applicant, would you please approach them? And come back and tell us what they say. Did they say no? Okay, you know, then you have demonstrated that you cannot acquire land. But I think that when it is already a developed residential property, and I don't know the extent to which it is oversized and how much land is in the backyard and that back area. Meaning, what do they need? They need 1,780 square feet. So I don't think you've heard anything that explains, is that feasible? And if it gets added, does that change? Yes, it changes the technically, it would mean they don't need a variance anymore. Yes, that's true. It would change that, but what impact does that have then on the property? Would we say then that that would make a big difference if they could add that to the property, that you would say, well, now that makes all the difference here with this application. So I think there's several ways that you could approach it. You know, the question of when you have residential lots adjacent, the extent to which you're going to drill down and say, yeah, I know it already has a house on it and they have a backyard and they're using it, but that's not sufficient. Still want you to make the overture to them. So I don't know if Mr. Kyle can tell us, you know, how much land do they have back there anyway? If the board were to ask this applicant to make the effort, send the letter out, certified mail, or, you know, willing to send me land.
So that, I'll answer that question, Ms. Casey. So we would have to acquire about 16 feet of the lot behind us in order to get the 1,780 square feet.
Okay. So across their entire boundary, 16 feet going back.
Yes.
And would that leave them with an undersized lot?
It would not. No, that lot is in the R5. It's about 0.94 of an acre. So they're almost double.
Okay.
I think the point is that we don't want to be put in the position of accepting applicants not going through all the conditions that are part of making the application. Because there could be I think it's a courtesy, if not a requirement, on the part of the applicant, that they follow through on the things that they're supposed to do.
Yeah. I guess, you know, we ask applicants all the time to demonstrate that they've tried to acquire extra land to eliminate that variance in a sense. And that's my concern. Then we're basically saying, if the applicant makes a determination that he feels that for some reason the neighbors may not want to sell, that's sufficient. I don't know if it is sufficient.
Yeah, I agree with what Ms. Casey said, though, about, you know, there's a certain practical aspect to it. And if all that land were vacant and they didn't have improvements, I think it might have been a different story. But, you know, again, I take your point, Mr. Chairman. I understand the conundrum the board's in. You know, you want to apply it evenly and fairly, and
yeah,
I get that. So,
and all the neighbor has to do is say, I don't want to sell. I mean, it's a you know, it's not a lengthy, involved procedure. They just have to go to them and ask and represent to us that they've asked, and the neighbor said no. It's not a big deal.
Could I ask
Mr. Chairman? Oh, yeah.
Wait,
I'm sorry,
please,
just
George.
a quick question for
Yes.
Ms. Casey or Mr. Bridger, perhaps, and that is, how common is it for folks to actually acquire strips of land to meet make undersized lots conforming? Does it happen often?
Mm-mm.
Mr.
I've
Bridger?
never seen it in my 20 years.
Never seen it.
I agree with you.
Thank you, thank you.
But we
Well,
ask,
the letter.
but we ask all the time.
Yep.
Isn't that what
We-
the ordinance requires, that we ask?
It's not the ordinance, George. It's New Jersey court cases that have developed an approach for helping the board determine, is it a hardship? So if I say, I don't have enough land, it's pre-existing a lot, it was created before the zoning. The idea being, well, you tried, you did demonstrate that it is a hardship because you can't get more land. Because the only way you can fix an undersized lot is to get more land. So probably the degree to which anybody is willing to sell a 16-foot strip is tied to the size of their lot and how developed it is. So, I mean, if you fully developed your residential lot, you say, no, I have landscaping. I don't, I don't want to disturb any of this. What is it that you want to buy from me anyway? 16-foot strip? I don't think I'm interested in doing that. And because Princeton is, most parts of Princeton are very built out. That's why Derek's telling you, I don't know anybody who ever agreed to that. That's not to say that there aren't parts of town with very, very, very large lots out, not developed, where somebody might say, I might be willing to, what do you want to pay me? I'd like to know how much, but the question is with a 16-foot strip, but I do understand the board's concern. So if there's sufficient concerns about it, that a hardship standard hasn't been met, then, this would have to be carried and the applicant given instructions to come back next month and advise the board, yes, I undertook this and here's the answer.
Thank you.
To Karen, to George's point, could we actually approve it conditionally? I'm not saying I'd want to do that, but does that make any sense?
No, because what do you do then? I mean, in the off chance that the neighbor says, well, I
Sure,
don't think
want it
that, I
done.
don't think I want to, but how much? How much are you willing to pay me? I mean, there are cases not involving, I'm not saying these facts, but cases where what's come in front of a board has been the whole exchange between the neighbors, where the one neighbor said, well, are you willing to sell me any land? The other neighbor said, maybe. How much? You want to pay me? Here's what I want. The applicant says, oh, that's ridiculous. I'm not paying you that. Applicant goes to the board, says, I tried. Neighbor shows up and says, no, you didn't. I was willing to sell you the land. And so the board, and
but
in that particular case, the board was sitting there saying, okay, wait, let's take a step back here, okay? What was a reasonable price? But we're not in that situation, but I'm saying that that's the way, that's the extent to which we can do it.
But going forward, we could ask Derek to make sure applicants fulfill that promise.
He actually puts in his memos all the time. The applicant needs to be prepared to address this. He
Well,
always
then we
does.
should approve it. If the applicant hasn't done what they were asked to do, why would we want to approve it? I mean, I know it's getting late. I'm getting testy about all this, but
I mentioned it as a procedural thing. We ask it of every applicant.
we do.
And Derek's right. I can't remember I've been on the board for a long time and I can't remember anyone coming in with additional land to satisfy a deficiency in the lot area. But they asked.
I don't think we've ever had anyone's, I haven't been here 20 years, but I don't think we've ever had anyone say, well, actually, we didn't ask.
Yeah.
So I think there's an element of telling the truth that's important here in the process.
Yeah, I'm not right. I'm not accusing the applicant at all of misleading us. But the issue is when we have other cases, and this comes up all the time, do we just, how do we phrase it? Do we just say, you have to give us your opinion whether you can acquire additional land? I don't know. I don't know the answer to that.
Steve, I think we understand what you're saying. And plus, with it going in Derek's letters to the applicant, and normally it's not you that brings this up, and it's Karen. It's our attorney that it's like the second question that she asks after swearing somebody in. We've dealt with it legally, and this lot unfortunately doesn't have a stream behind it that sort of creates a special circumstance.
Right.
And that's kind of the difference. But yes, it is a little troubling that we could let this applicant say, well, no, we just didn't ask. It's a hardship to ask, and anybody could say that. And, we've done it always done this, regardless of the size of the lot. It could be some little borough lot, that's 3,000 square foot and it's short. So I worry about the consistency too.
Can I make a suggestion to the applicant? Would you consider, well, this is your call. You know what the implication is. Do you want to possibly carry this, ask for a continuance to the next hearing and come back to us and tell us you've tried, you've talked to the neighbor, or would you like us to move forward based on what we know now? Think about it.
Would the board carry this to next month's meeting? Answer that question.
Well, I would say we have a case beyond this. We have one more case tonight, and we have 4 cases next month. So we could carry this. There was a case earlier today that was an extension that had a defective notice that's already being carried. We could carry this to the next month, but I think we need to try to hear the next case if there's any way possible. I know it's late, but that's not really the next applicant's problem. We could carry this. If you send the certified letters, you either get a response or you don't, and it shouldn't take that long. We'll try to move the other cases next month along, but the university's next applicant, they have a lot of stuff riding on their variance tonight. So, I mean, I know it's late, it's the board's decision, but that's my 2 cents.
Well, let me ask the board members here. Do you want to hear this last case? I don't sleep, so I'm willing to do it, but it's up to everybody else.
Yeah, I'll stay up.
I'll stay up front.
Me too.
Yeah, I'll stay up. I'm home.
Okay, all right, so we'll, I think we have, okay, so we're okay, so we can hear it. So, all right, back to the issue at hand. Mr. Di Pasquale, what do you want to do?
I think.
You want to talk to your client for a second? It's up to you.
I don't think we're corresponding digitally. To be truthful, the reality is going through the purpose of this is not a blowout out of improving a lot, making it a much better thing. This is a project that is really designed for affordability. I mean, my fees and all the professionals' fees are extremely scrutinized in doing this project. Even if acquiring the adjacent property is a non-starter for doing this. And I don't think that that's applicable in every case, but when you have a project that's premised around affordability and longevity, to stay in a town that's only getting more expensive, to force the applicant to have to explore acquiring additional land and going through subdivision and subdividing that land is I can understand why it applies in some cases, but in a fully developed residential area where affordability is paramount, I'm not sure that it does. That being said, I don't want to get a rejection tonight, so I would rather have this continued and just come back with a letter.
Yeah, and I don't know how the board would act, and that's what I'm telling. That's why I'm saying it, because we could get sufficient number of members to say, you didn't ask, you didn't follow the procedure, and then from our standpoint, quite frankly, the minute we say that based on the proofs you provided, anybody can say that about any additional land acquisition. right.
Just so the applicant doesn't have to renotice, what date are we carrying this to? We need a date certain, so we'll indicate tonight, to everybody out there, anybody's interested, it's coming back on. I couldn't hear you, Derek, there you go.
Excuse me, I'm sorry, didn't push the right button. February 23rd.
Okay, so it's carried February 23. Okay,
I
So we'll
don't
make it
think,
6 cases.
well, but it could, but we'll have to see if you get a letter out and you get no answer, then
Shouldn't be a long meeting.
well,
I don't,
Couldn't we make it contingent? Couldn't we approve it with the contingency that he asked?
no. Nope. If you feel that requiring them to make that contact is not necessary here or burdensome, then you just need to consider it as you normally would an application and take a vote tonight. But trying to make it contingent on that, suppose the neighbor says, I might be willing to sell it. When do they come back to you with that? You've already approved it. With a condition, then what, do they go to Derek and say, hey, guess what happened? You know, and the neighbor said that they might sell it to us. Oh, well, now what?
Ms. Casey, if I may, the problem is even if they do say yes,
Right.
it's not feasible for us to
I
do it.
understand. I
So
hear you. I
So
hear
Well,
what you're
you
saying.
know, we're not in your client's pocket. We don't know how much money they have or don't have. So for you to say they can't afford it, it's hard for me to accept that. I just don't know, and I'm not going to ask.
I think personally, I think this is a very nice project. I like it. I think it'll be a benefit to the community. I think it's going to be a true asset to the owners of the property. They get to stay in Princeton in their home. It's great. It's just procedure. It's just procedure.
Well,
okay.
Steve, it's not.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I didn't
it's not
want to interrupt. My
exactly.
question
It's
is if
not
we-
exactly procedure. It's a matter of the board asking for this information to weigh the hardship. So either the board tonight accepts that the property next door is a residentially developed lot. Either that's sufficient or it's not. If it's not, then the applicant either gets a denial tonight possibly, or they send the letter out, they say, you're willing to sell sufficient land, and they see what the answer is. But there is another application for tonight, and I don't know what other choice you have. Either accept what proofs they've given you and take a vote, or tell them that they need to contact the neighboring property and they need to make that request.
Mr. Di Pasquale, you heard it all. Make a decision, please.
I only have one question, which is if they make a counter offer, where does that put our hardship? Because we'll be back at a
You know,
cost
I
issue.
don't know the answer to that, but
Yeah,
we've
okay.
never faced that before, but effectively, I don't know. You could just say, but you know what you could say. I mean, you know, if they come back and ask you for whatever number.
Okay, let's continue it and we'll come back at the next.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Okay, thank you. I appreciate it. I think you all did a great job, but it's something I think we need to find the answer to. Thanks. Okay.
Can we just announce the date and time of that meeting, just so
It
the
is,
public
it's
knows?
February 23rd at 7:30 PM.
excuse me, is there any way we could start at 7? I mean, we didn't expect to have 6 meetings and I don't really we don't need to go to another midnight or 1 o'clock hearing. I don't know if that's legal, Karen, but
We have to notice that we're, for
All right,
that
never mind.
meeting, it's going to be 7 PM. But
Okay,
we can do that.
Yeah.
Is that acceptable to you, Mr. Di Pasquale? 7
I'm
o'clock?
okay
a great
with it as
idea.
long as the
Thank
other
you.
board members are.
Other board members?
Yeah.
Okay,
Fine.
so 7 PM on the 23rd, no problem. Good,
Thank you, everyone.
okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, all right, let's move on here. Our next case is 127 Fitzrandolph Road, block 50.01, lot 9.03 in the E2 R2 zone. Karen, is paperwork in order?
Noticing is in order, the board has jurisdiction.
Thank you. Mr. Bridger, can you summarize your memo?
Thank you, Your Honor. Yes, the university is seeking a temporary use variance to permit the use of a residential house at 127 Fitzrandolph Road as a construction office during the duration of construction for the School of Engineering Studies and the School of Engineering Applied Science, known as the ESSES project. It's along Prospect Street. In this single-family house, the E2 and the R2 zones cut pretty much right down the middle of the house. And office use or construction office is not permitted in the R2 zone. And it's my opinion and interpretation that it is a use variance. They intend to use the existing vacant house at 127 Fitzrandolph as a temporary construction office. They anticipate the use will last approximately 5 years. No site improvements are proposed. They have filed all the applicable requirements in terms of the site plan checklist. But they're really, it's not applicable in this case. Parking for the site will be accommodated on the university's northern commuter parking garage off of Prospect Avenue. And then some parking may occur within the construction site and south of 127 Fitzrandolph as the space becomes available as construction proceeds. I don't know if you followed any of the planning board applications of the university. They have quite a bit of activity going on in this part of town. And it is a D1 use variance. The use is not permitted in the R2 zone. And I think the board's familiar that no specials, a variance can't be granted under this section without 5 affirmative votes of the members. And the applicant should show special reasons to justify the granting of the relief and the reasons why the strict application of the zoning prohibition of the requested use or development would deprive the applicant, of reasonable use of the land and buildings involved. And they should also discuss the master plan and the public good or impairment of the intent of the zoning plan. That's a quick synopsis of my memo. If you have any questions, I'd be glad to address them.
I'm good with it. Any questions from the board?
Stephen, question for you. You said you were going to recuse yourself, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, then I would suggest if you're doing that, we don't have a real dais here, but that you sign out at least of your video, and if you want to listen, that's fine. But okay, there we go. All righty.
Okay, Mr. DeGrazia, I assume you're representing the university?
Correct.
Okay,
Thank you. First of all, thank you for staying up late with
your
us.
sound is very
Yeah, we
low.
can't hear you, Chris.
All right, I'm gonna shift my microphone a little closer. Okay, how's that?
A little better.
All right, let me see if I can just make sure I have it on the right mic. Oh, okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you, Mr. Bridger, for the introduction. For the record, my name is Christopher DeGrazia from the law firm of Feggery, Drinker, Biddle, and Reith, here on behalf of the applicant trustees at Princeton University. As Mr. Bridger indicated, we're here for a use variance, a D1 use variance and related minor site plan, even though there's really no site plan improvements proposed at this time. By way of background, the construction project that Mr. Bridger was talking about is the ES&C's project. And as he said, it stands for Environmental Studies, School of Engineering and Applied Science. Excuse me. It's approximately a 17-acre project site between Ivy Lane, Western Way below. You have to the north Prospect Avenue, and it's in between Washington Road and Fitz-Randolph. That project was approved by the planning board on November 4th, so just not too long ago, 2021, and it is in the process of going through construction, and that's why this meeting is very important to us. A project of this size, and like I said, it's about 17 acres, and it is about 600,000 square feet, which will provide a state-of-the-art research facilities for about 7 academic departments that basically focus on science and engineering. So when you have a project of this size, you basically have a supervision staff from Princeton University that will oversee the construction, and they will either do it on site or very near the site. In this particular case, the ideal location is what would be an otherwise vacant building, and it has an address of 127 Fitz-Randolph Road. Now, I'm sure you're all familiar with Fitz-Randolph Road. There's a row of residential houses. This house, even though it has a Fitz-Randolph address, is actually beyond or behind that row of homes that face the street. So it's kind of tucked away, and it's located right next to and literally right on top of the construction fence for the ES&C's project. So it's really a great location for it. In the normal course, we would be able to occupy that space because it would be in the E2 zone, which would allow staff to supervise the construction site. Unfortunately, as Mr. Bridger had indicated, the building itself is divided by the zone line. So approximately 66% of the building falls within the E2 zone, and about 34% fall within the R2 zone, based on our engineer's rough estimate. So given that approximate size, you have about 2/3 of the building, a little less, but around 2/3 of the building that it would be a permitted use and no variance would be allowed. But unfortunately, there's a portion in the residential zone which triggers the need for a use variance. A couple of points before I introduce our planner. One is, this is a temporary use. Even though we're requesting a use variance, it's for a temporary period of time. As I indicated, it's really to supervise the construction project. So when the project's done, this use will go back to something that's allowed in both of the zones, which is a residential use. So it is, and we were tying it to the ES&C's project and the related projects because it has a couple of little components, and the certificate of occupancy for the final building. Mr. Bridger had asked us to estimate the time frame, and it's very hard to do, but we just picked a number about 5 years. Could be longer, it could be less, but that's really sort of what we're thinking about when we're talking to the board this evening. As Mr. Bridger said, there's no expansion. So when you're looking at the building today, it'll look exactly the same, a month from now if used with the staff. I guess that's it for just an overview. I'd like to bring up our witness, our professional planner, Keenan Hughes.
Good evening.
Mr. Hughes, do you swear or affirm your testimony this evening will be truthful?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
So Keenan, can you just briefly talk about your qualifications?
Sure. I'm a licensed professional planner in New Jersey and a member of the American Institute of Certified Planners. I'm a principal of Phillips Price, which is a planning firm based in Hoboken, and I represent municipalities and private clients throughout New Jersey on planning and zoning matters. And I have previously appeared before the Princeton Planning Board and also the Zoning Board, although it's been a few years since I've appeared before this board. And I have a master's degree in the field of professional planning.
Yeah, I think we will accept you as an expert. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
So Keenan, can you tell us what you did to review this project and your conclusions?
Certainly. So as part of my investigation, I visited the site and the surrounding area. I also reviewed the municipality's zoning ordinance, the application, master plan, and supporting information that was submitted with the application, along with meeting with the university and understanding the use of this property. What I have up on the screen is an exhibit that was prepared by my office that I know was submitted in advance of this hearing. It is an aerial photograph of the subject property.
Before you do that, Karen, did he actually be sworn? Was he sworn in? I know we qualified him.
You know what?
I was.
No, you
Oh,
were
you were?
sworn in.
Okay, I'm
He
sorry.
was sworn in. And do you want this to be an exhibit, a marked exhibit?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. So
We'll mark that as A1.
Okay.
All right. So what A1 depicts is just an aerial photograph of the subject property, which is outlined here in orange. Here you see the 127 Fitz-Randolph building highlighted. And as was indicated earlier, you see the zone line separating the E2 and the R2 districts, basically running down the building such that roughly 2/3 of it is located in the E2 zone and 1/3 of it is within the R2. The second sheet of this exhibit is just photographs from both of the adjacent roadways. So the photograph on the top of this page is the view from Fitz-Randolph Road. And as you can see, the actual building is tucked behind this existing residence, which is located along Fitz-Randolph Road. So it's basically not visible from Fitz-Randolph Road itself. The view from Prospect Avenue does provide some visibility to the building. So here you see it, 127 Fitz-Randolph Road. And because this photograph was recently taken, you can already see the construction fencing up in connection with this particular construction project. So with that as the background, I'll just briefly or concisely at least run through the variance proofs in support of the D1 use variance. As was pointed out, the use variance is triggered by the fact that this is a split zone property, and in order to use it as a temporary construction office, we do require use variance from the Zoning Board of Adjustment. So as you all are aware, we need to satisfy both the positive and the negative criteria. I'll start by addressing positive criteria, and that is essentially that this property is particularly suitable for the proposed use for several reasons. And it really comes down to its location and its split zone nature. So obviously this building is located inside the Princeton University campus, and it's located adjacent to many administrative and office buildings, and in particular, the future ES&C's complex. And the use of the building for a construction office will be beneficial to the community for several reasons. First of all, it will allow for the elimination of 5 construction trailers, which would otherwise be needed to basically house these operations in terms of construction management. So this will greatly reduce the transportation and environmental impacts during construction. Also, since it is located adjacent to the construction site, it's an ideal location for providing oversight to the project. And in fact, even from the second story, you have an excellent view out over the construction site. So for that reason, it makes a whole lot of sense to use it for this particular purpose. And then further, because this building is currently vacant, it is a former residential structure, it can accommodate the construction office use without any disturbance to land or changes to the building footprint or exteriors. There's no proposed changes to the structure itself. And it's also worth noting that if it's not used for this purpose, the house would essentially remain vacant, which is really to no one's benefit and could pose problems to the physical integrity of the house. Essentially, it's better for the building to keep it occupied, keep it operational, and not vacant. And then there's just 2 other points I would like to emphasize under the positive criteria. One is that it's important to just remember that this use variance is temporary. So it's temporary in nature. Any impacts caused by this non-compliant use, though minimal, is also going to be temporary in nature. And then the other point I would like to emphasize, just in concluding the positive criteria, is that the use of this building as a construction office use is directly tied to the successful completion of the ES&C's project, which does further the university's teaching and research mission. And as the board is aware, educational institutions like the university are explicitly recognized in the municipal land use law as inherently beneficial uses. So the granting of this variance to allow the temporary construction office, while not inherently beneficial in itself, will nevertheless directly support an inherently beneficial use, which is Princeton University. So just wrapping up on the positive criteria, I would say granting this variance would further several purposes of the municipal land use law. Those would include purpose A, by reducing traffic and the environmental impacts associated with construction, and in particular, construction trailers that would otherwise be needed. Purpose G, providing sufficient space in an appropriate location for a construction office use adjacent to the site. And then purpose M, which is to encourage efficient use of land by using a vacant building without any modifications to the building itself or new disturbance of land to basically serve this purpose in connection with the construction project. So in short, I believe that the special reasons are met here because the use will support inherently beneficial use university while reducing impacts of construction by reducing the need for construction trailers. And this location is particularly suitable because of its current status as a functional vacant building close to the construction site. And just remember, 2/3 of it is actually zoned for this use. We're really looking for relief just on a third of the existing building. And then just finally, in terms of the negative criteria, there will be no substantial adverse impacts to the surrounding area. This is completely within the Princeton campus and located close to the construction site. There's no modifications to the building, no new land disturbance. We're going to eliminate 5 construction trailers that would otherwise be needed. And as I previously pointed out, this is basically better for the building. So from my perspective, I don't see any potential adverse impacts to the surrounding area. And if there were any, they would be temporary in nature at any rate. And then finally, there's no substantial impairment to Princeton's zoning ordinance or master plan. Because this is a split zone property, it's a somewhat unique situation. Whether it's used for education use or residential use, a use variance likely would be required just due to the split zone nature of the property. And then also the use is temporary and will be converted back into the current use when the project is complete. So as such, the granting of the variance does not impair substantially the intent or purpose of the R2 zone or more generally Princeton's zoning ordinance and master plan. So with that, Mr. DeGrazia, unless you have anything further, it is my opinion that the applicant satisfies the D1 standard of proof, and the board can certainly make findings that the positive and the negative criteria are met, and can further reconcile the grant of this variance with the prohibition of this use within the R2 district. Thank you.
Thank you.
So, Mr. Chair, we do have a couple other professionals here, like our project engineer, our engineer on this. Although there's nothing being proposed, he did put together the plan, if there's any questions. But at this point, that really concludes our testimony. We'll certainly respond to any questions the board may have.
Okay.
Get that rich.
So do any board members have any questions?
I do.
Go ahead, Donna, please.
I'm looking at your site plan and I see there's sort of a maze of driveways through here. Will this entail any vehicles coming in the driveways, parking, construction vehicles, anything like that?
Good question. So the staff, the university staff that will be in the building are existing staff, and as staff they have assigned parking, whether it's in a nearby parking garage or in a parking lot. So this is not going to be like a traditional office use where you'll have cars coming in and out. There may be an occasional use of 1-2 cars a day, very similar to what a single family home would have, where either somebody that needs a closer, maybe somebody with a disability or somebody that needs to be there may be able to get permission to park there, or somebody coming in to drop off things. But we are talking about a really low intensity of use here. Very low. So the staff, like I said, the staff will be parking elsewhere. They will either be walking or taking a bus. Oh, and you also asked about construction vehicles. I should say there are no construction vehicles there. This is just for staff. The construction vehicles, the construction teams, the contractors are all within the fence, not on this property.
And if I could, a quick related question, and you said it pretty definitively, just staff, but would you be having job meetings in this building where the contractors and subs will be coming in, and it'd be more than 20 people?
I would imagine, well, I can let the project manager answer that, but it would function sort of as a staff. When I say staff, those were the people that would be working there, during the course of the week. Whether
Yes.
they have somebody from the construction site come in for a meeting to address an issue is probably normal course. I would expect that to happen. But, I still don't think that would be a very intense use, because the frequency of that type of meeting is not a daily occurrence.
No, it's more like weekly or every 2 weeks.
Yeah.
True.
Or if a problem shows up, if there's, and that's one of the benefits of having somebody right there on site supervising it. But yes, that's correct. Do you want me to get that project manager to address that, or is that sufficient?
Well, as we talk about the use of the building, yeah, if he could just make sure that I understand, I guess, if it's going to be used for job meetings, then it's going to be more than 10 people. And yeah, it wouldn't be every day. So why don't you just confirm, because normally job meetings are actually on the site and there's a big enough space.
Okay, so Mark Wilson is here. He is the project manager for the ES&C's project. Mark, can we have you sworn in?
Yes, Mr. Wilson, do you swear affirm your testimony this evening will be truthful?
I do.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
Mark, what's your official title?
Program executive.
Program executive. Okay. You've heard the question. Can you add some more details?
Absolutely. Job meeting says Mr. Floyd was making reference to will more than likely happen in the contractor's trailer complex. And we will be able to walk to that because we're there, we can go right through the fence. There'll be a gate and we can be able to walk back and forth. We do not anticipate those type of large gatherings happening in our facility. Do we expect to see a contractor, personnel come to see us periodically? Absolutely. But we do not expect to see 20, 40, 50 people show up for a meeting in our building. Absolutely not. There's just no room for them.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, that was the question. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Mark.
I have one question, just so we know compared to what, if you had to put 5 construction trailers up, where would they be?
Yeah, I think the estimate was actually up to 5. So I don't know if it'd be 4 or 5. They would have to evaluate it. They were really looking at this building, not realizing that the lot line cut off a quarter of it. So they would have to look at it, but I believe it would be situated near or the construction trailers of the construction crew. There's a trailer park area, so it would be generally, so if you're looking at the map, that would be southeast of the whole project site. And again, it hasn't been situated, but that would probably be the general location. But there, like we said, sustainability goes not just beyond just putting it on site. You have to bring the trucks in, you have to bring them out. So it's really, from a sustainability measured, much more efficient to use an existing building that would be otherwise vacant. So that's, our position on that.
Okay.
I had a question. There's a garage noted that's within that dashed line. Is that part of the? I mean, it's separate than the structure. It says garage along the
Yeah,
line.
there's a garage that is associated with the house, with the property.
Okay.
We have it's empty. We have nothing in it. It's yeah, there's nothing in it.
Okay. It's squarely in the R2 all by itself though, but yeah, I just thought I'd ask.
We have no plans for its use.
Okay.
So to be clear, also, there's no storage of any construction equipment or materials on this property.
Okay.
No.
Yeah, thank you.
Anything else, Mr. DeGrazia?
Not from us, Mr. Chair.
I'm sorry?
Oh, not from us, unless there's some
Okay.
additional
All right.
questions.
Are you done with your experts?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Board members, do you have any question of Mr. DeGrazia or any of his experts, either of his experts? Okay. Do you have something you want to add before we go in, open this up to the public?
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, are you referring to me? Or
Yeah, I just want to know if you want to make a statement. We're going to
I
go.
wasn't sure.
We're
I
going to
wasn't
open it
sure
up
who you were
to
talking to. No,
any
I
of the
do not have
public that
any.
is- any of the
Thank you.
public that are still awake. So do you want to say anything before we do that?
No, thank you.
Okay, all right. We'll open the hearing up to the public. Claudia, are there any people who have raised their hands?
No hands.
Okay, all right, we'll give it a couple of seconds here since I failed twice tonight. And okay, we'll close the public portion of the hearing. Again, Mr. DeGrazia, you want to say anything before we go into executive session?
No, I think we pretty much covered our case and the importance of utilizing it and the benefit of having the university staff there on site for the universities and also for the protection of the neighborhood to be able to supervise it. And the building actually, if you're on the second floor, has sort of a bird's eye view almost over the project site. So it's a really great location.
Okay, thank you. All right, board members, comments, questions? I think this is a very reasonable use for the house. It sits behind the other houses on Fitz Randolph. It has a good access. I think it's very reasonable. I guess the only question I have is, so Mr. DeGrazia, you're going to be asking for the use of the house for 5 years? Are you going to put a time limit on it?
I mean, I guess it's up to the board. We were thinking about linking it to the last final certificate of occupancy. We would be out 1 month after. Because you never know in construction how long it's going to take, and we really don't want to take the staff and move their location while work is still going on there. So we were tying it to that. But we certainly, can discuss that.
Yeah, I'd be curious to see how the other board members want to basically leave this as an open-ended temporary use. And I recognize that construction could be 5 years, could be less, could be more. So anybody else want to chime in on that?
I agree with you though, Stephen, that I think it's very reasonable. It seems like it's a great location for it. maybe we could say, 5 years not to exceed 7 or something. And,
Yeah,
then if it goes that long, then maybe they do have to come back and ask for an extension.
Yeah, I think that's reasonable, actually. George, were you going to say something? No, I
You're
guess.
muted, George.
George, you're muted. Were you going to say, you raised your hand? Were you going to say something?
I'm sorry, I was going to agree with James Davidge.
Okay, good. Anybody else like to comment? Okay, if we have no more comments, we'll say 7 years, Mr. DeGrazia, and if, is that reasonable?
Yeah.
Not to exceed 7 or?
Not to exceed 7 years. Without, at that point, you would have to come back to us. Okay,
And would we be coming back for an extension of the condition? I'm just, is that how you're envisioning it?
well, I'm reading it, you're asking for a temporary use.
Yeah.
And we're putting a 7-year time limit. If it's not done in 7 years, come back to us and ask for an extension.
Okay, sounds very reasonable. Thank you.
Okay, all right. Comments from the board? If someone would like to make a motion,
I'll make a motion to accept.
I'll second the motion.
who made the motion? Who seconded?
Jim will go first. I got second.
Okay. Any discussion on this? Okay, Claudia, please call the roll.
Okay, Ms. Chen,
Yes.
Ms. Coulson,
Yes.
Mr. Davidge,
Yes.
Mr. Floyd,
Yes.
Mr. Tenenbaum,
Yes.
Mr. Stein,
Yes.
Chairman Cohen.
Yes.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, thank you again for staying up with us and all the members and staff as well. We do really appreciate it. And we're 5 minutes before tomorrow, so.
Great.
Thank you again.
Well, heck, maybe we could hear something else tonight. Right.
Well, we regret having to keep you so long as well.
All right.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you.
Hey, I just want to thank the board for spending the time tonight, and I really appreciate all the hours you guys put in. It's a lot of work and it's appreciated. So thank you very much.
No problem. We appreciate all your effort too. And as well as you, Karen, and
And Jim
Claudia.
Purcell.
Yeah. Like Jim, you
Okay.
stayed the whole time.
That's it. Okay, thank you very much.
Thanks. Good night.
And
Yeah.
we're adjourned.
See you next
Good
month.
night, all.
Night.
Night.
Good night.
Right.